1, 2. It's like smoothing it and ironing out all of the check 1, 2, mic check. Spell be open. We got to go all the way down to let's see, at least 619, 30, even lower. What's going on? Hey, what's going on there, Mr. Talking Monkey? How are you? Ark and Slaughter, what's happening with you too? Good morning. How are you all doing out there? Happy summer. Check 1. I gotta move this microphone. I gotta do this today. It's freaking me out. I still have like probably a giant ass list of, I shouldn't say probably, but definitely have a giant ass list of punch list stuff. That's odd. We have some range expansion here. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Welcome back. So the first day back streaming yesterday was brutal. Like I got done yesterday and it was not easy. Like, man, I'm tired. And I had other stuff I had to do. So I started writing a brief. I started working on wrapping up the addendum for the Q3 outlook yesterday. And then I was writing the brief last night for this week. And it's still not done. Mostly it wasn't done because, bear with me for looking like I'm tired. I probably need another 6 hours of sleep. I'm wide awake, but it was a long ass day again yesterday. So, but I was writing the brief for this week and just going through seasonality and then the beginning of earnings season. We're going to take a look at this too. We're going to talk about some of this stuff. I'm going to talk about it on the live stream top line. And then you'll get the brief that'll go into way more detail into this stuff. But we probably need to discuss this. At least some kind of like overarching idea for where the market is. And, you know, it's not, it's always things like, it's hard to explain. It's very similar to, it has to do with seasonality. And some seasonality is an average. You can look at seasonality as a mean as well, or median and an average, and then, but not like, hey, it's going to do this on this date, or we're going to do this or do that specifically. But the overarchingness of seasonality is important to keep in a frame of mind. Oftentimes we chase, or we go in or I would say traders go into a rabbit hole of whatever issue that they're involved in. So if I'm trading, I don't know, Octo, or if I'm trading crude oil, or if I'm trading like some kind of like Shitco, GME, or I'm trading Apple, doesn't really matter. Nvidia doesn't really matter. Whatever you're trading, right? You ever notice you get tunnel vision, and all of a sudden everybody's around and everybody's, woo, yeah, we're going to all-time highs or something like that, and they disappear. and you're like, wait a minute, where did everybody go? When I first started trading stock in particular, that happened to me often. I didn't know a lot about the market, and so I'd be like, hell yeah, this is my new favorite stock. Hey, where'd everybody go? And it sucked because you'd be like stuck in this thing. And if you didn't have a lot of time in market, you wouldn't know if it was just a seasonal thing, if it was just an earnings thing, if it was just maybe an issue like pharma or biotech, where there are event-driven rises and falls within that issue, or if it's just market conditions. So there's like a bunch of different reasons why we go down rabbit holes. We get tunnel vision, and we're not always aware of what's happening, top line or on the outside, what's going on. And we can also lose a lot of money as that happens. It's very dangerous to a trader. So it's always good to scale back a little bit, to go back, breathe, look, and see what's ahead. And especially when you're coming into a new quarter. We have new quarter, we have a year, 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, a week, a day, right? These are all time frames. And even within that day, there are time frames, right? You've got different markets. You've got Globex markets, Asian markets, European markets, New York markets, and we cycle through those markets, and dealers help us through that through that day, right? Just even a 24-hour period, dealers are trying to offer up issues in price to different markets to see if they want to buy or sell that issue. And so it's important to keep an idea as to what this is about. And in particular, what marks Q3, typically every year in a bull or bear market, doesn't really matter here. Or there's some marked things you want to be aware of. Like the first one would be when you come into the late winter, early spring, which would be February, right? Mid-February, typically marks the beginning of sell the news. For like a late winter, early spring sell. Sometimes it comes in mid-February. Sometimes it comes in March 30th. It's never like exactly this date and this time. Usually it's time and price can mark those things, or events, or macro stuff, right? You'll see like depending upon if it's a bull or bear market, or conditions that may include presidential elections, or I don't know. You could be anything, right? Got to kick off a war or something like that, or whatever. But you want to have that stand back and awareness of what the seasonality is, and that though you might be involved in that one single issue, there's the rest of the market's looking at a bunch of different stuff, and these are normally professionals. And I want you to think about the professional. I want you to think about the people that participate in size in the market. And these people are all over the world too. It's like family offices, institutions, hedge funds, you name it. What are they doing, or what are you anticipating that they're doing? Excuse me. As we go from quarter to quarter, just have that top line awareness is very important. And so the time that I spent last night looking at the market, I'm thinking about 3 or 4 major things. The first one is we're heading into Q3, and I'm looking at seasonality. And more importantly, I'm thinking about, we're heading into the beginning of third quarter, where this is the beginning of the third quarter is known for the summer doldrums. I'll give you a quick top line on that. You can Google this on your own, but the summer doldrums typically is ranged trading. We trade up into a spot, right? And you'll see a lot of bulls in the beginning claiming that we're going to go to crazy highs. We're going to break out and start to bust out in a way. Normally this happens in July, right around the middle of the month. And this is July 8th. And so you've right around the 16th, 18th. Up until then, you'll have bulls calling for these major highs. And then you'll begin to see bears creeping in to the market. About the second week, maybe you probably schedule them another week. You have bears coming into the market, and they'll start telling you that we're going to crash for whatever reason. Normally, this is outside stuff, right? Like maybe policy from the White House or geopolitical stuff, or it could be farmers striking, could be anything. Doesn't matter the year. And so that you get these two competing groups, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to, break out and away and out of here." And then you get this other group that's like, "We're going to crash." And meanwhile, what we normally do is range, and then we fade. We instead of breaking out or breaking down in a significant way. Let me turn this off.
Voice news disconnected.
We typically range trade, and we begin to fade as we hit the end of July or end of August. And there's usually a carrot dangling up there for the bulls that doesn't get paid out until the end of the year, sometimes even into February. And that carrot's already evolving. We have rolling of calls right now to 640, 650, and that's a carrot sitting there saying, "Hey, you're going to trade this right now, or you're going to trade this in this quarter, and position yourself." And we're already seeing the rolling of that positioning to, let's say, 650 at this point. So you got bulls that have an agenda, right? And then you have this like failure that begins to happen, and this sideways action, and things look a little bit bearish. And you got bears saying, we're heading into September, October, November, wrap it up, bulls. And they get a little early in this roll. They're like, "I want it to roll right now. I want it to roll July 8th, and I don't want the roll to stop until fucking November 30th. So you get this competing interests in the market. Well, all that's going on, right? There's more happening in the background of the market. There are this is typically like index stuff, like NASDAQ, S&P 500, IWM, DIA, if you're an index trader. That's normally going on. While that symphony is beginning, right, you then get other market participants that say, "Oh, no, we're heading into Q3 earnings season." And that begins in the middle of July. So if I was going to be a participant, let's say in NVIDIA or Tesla or whatever it is, up or down, I don't care. But I'm getting involved in earnings season. And what I'm going to do is use the indexes as a hedge. So I'm focusing my interest on a particular issue. Let's say it's a ticker PORN, and it's at a bottom, and it's going to move up. It's like it's been riding all summer long. It's not at risk of tax loss harvesting, and they're going to do some lipstick on the pig at the end of the year. So I'm focused on that. So I start hedging S&P 500, NASDAQ against my buying the underlying in this earnings, right, in Q3. And there's more going on here, too. So you've got this like earnings thing going on that begins in the middle of July. Right, you've got seasonality, which is, hey, we're gonna break out, we're gonna break down. Welcome to the Terror Dome in the fall and all that kind of stuff. You've also got an earnings season that kicks off in mid-July, and so you've got people focused on that. So they're like getting away from the indexes, getting involved in earnings season, and then you've got some seasonal changes. You've got a new season coming in too. And this is something where you see the tails of NASDAQ being in season. And then you start to see like volatility come into season. This means big moves, right? Unexpected big moves. You see the rise of the bond market typically, and you see some rotation into safety during this upcoming period that's coming down the road. And some smaller issues like real estate, biotech, pharma, all that kind of stuff. You also see interest normally in oil, crude oil in particular. There's some other ones, I think soybeans and wheat, but those are more, stay away from those things if you can, because they're very, very localized, and I used to trade wheat, and like wheat is like you can see like wheat seasonality can be like right to the tail end of harvest. Not for the summer wheat harvest that comes up in the fall can be a nightmare to trade. But like crude is like, hey, people are like, hey, crude every year. We're gonna start looking about getting long on crude. Excuse me. And there's some other stuff this year in particular that's going on. We've got we got third quarter start. We've got summer doldrums. We've got earnings season. We also have the rotation into some safety. So think about it like this. You've got summer doldrums, right? Range trading. You get people that are hedging the market at the same time while their interest is moving into earnings season. And then you've got other participants that are like, hey, I'm going to start looking for some of these like consumer staples and, like consumer staples, utilities, like flight to safety. I don't care if I lose money. I want some exposure to the market. But I'm like, I had my earnings. Now I'm going to slide into utilities. And I'm going to flight to safety, and I got a hedge on S&P 500, and I'm waiting for the fall to come for the market lows. I'll rotate out after that, and I have still some market exposure. And then I'll look for that fall dip buy to print in either December, January, or February, depending on how big or small that September, October, November is. Not to mention that December is usually very volatile. Historically, even though people don't think that, it is usually very volatile. Sometimes you'll see like the failure of the high, and then the high, a dump, and then a high in end of December or January, February on the upside. So there's a lot going on mechanically in the back of the market, even though we're focused, or you're focused on this one issue, and this guy's focused on this issue, or retailers in particular, like, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Meanwhile, the rest of the market is working on a bunch of other stuff. And so you get a lot of this going on in the background that's people are unaware of. And so if you're stay with the market in general, you're looking for 2 dip buys every year. You're looking for like a dip buy in late spring, right? Either in like end of March, end of April, looking to get long in the market, and then you're looking for that second long in the market. And that second long is usually the biggest payout of the year. It's usually the most strong as well, usually. And in particular, this year in particular, this fall and winter should be very strong. So if you think about back in February, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have like this big doom, although it's possible. But if like our September, October, you're positioning, or you're looking to position again for that end of year, springtime payout, and collecting your winnings and taking them off the table as we are in this summer doldrum kind of a phase. This is kind of a harvest time, believe it or not, for a trade that began invariably in late spring, early summer. This is a trade that began back in April, May, June. We're now in July. And people start taking money off the table, a little bit more risk adverse, maybe even sell side or hedging activities, that kind of stuff. And they're looking to get long, but it's not today. They're looking to get long in like September, August 31st, July 31st, August 31st, September 31st, October 31st, November 31st, stuff like that. And this process takes time. We're early right now. This is July 8th. So you want to be aware of, as the month progresses, we get into the middle of July, they try to sell us down. They're going to try to sell us down again in August and in September. So you get to like these OPEX periods, these expiration periods in Q3 in particular, when you get into like middle of July, middle of August, middle of September, these sellers want to come in and just sell down. The market starts to it's not quite evaporate, but hey, I made my money on earnings season. Yahoo! You've got the downward pressure on the market from hedging activities, knowing that we're going into the fall. And then you also have some rotation going on. So you may not see that money slip back into that issue. So like, let's say we got a kick-ass Tesla earnings. Say Tesla's expected to ramp into their earnings. Everybody's cheering, right? We like ramp up into their ER, right? We got a great ER. And that guy is like, I'm out of here with this money, pockets it. And are you going to rotate into something else, boss? Are you going to buy NASDAQ, or are you going to buy this or that? No, I'm actually looking at utilities. You're like, what? What do you mean you're looking at utilities? I'm looking to hedge and get out of here. I'm going to sit this one out and try to buy a low in September. And when you get that many people on that train, and you're in that one issue, and you're like, wait a minute, what about Tesla? You're like, no, bro, I'll be back for Tesla in September or October or something. And you're the one holding your dick, right? You don't want to be that guy holding your dick as that rotation happens and as that seasonality begins to become important. Now, today's July 8th. So, we probably have another week or two until it even begins. Like, the start of this process should start in the middle of July. Now, that also marks the kickoff of earnings season. So you could see your favorite stock going up and then, fading S&P 500 in the middle of the month to the end of the month. And even if it recovers, you could see the same fade again in August for a second leg down into September 1st, right? And that would be like hey, we're down in the middle, like September, we get the second leg down. Then you start flattening out and trying to recover from mid-September into October, November. Before you know it, this whole season is over. If you think about July, today's July 8th, right? You're like next week marks the start of earnings season. Everybody's focused on earnings. Indexes become the hedge, and then people are exiting market. Before you know it, you're in, July 31st. You have one more pull up, and then you're like, they're slamming us back down again into September 1, and or even later into October, November to kind of bottom and recover. And meanwhile, you're missing all of this, right? You're like, oh, dude, I thought we were going up all summer, all fall, into the winter. It's going to be straight vertical the entire way. And you get caught in seasonality. And so just want to be aware of that. Have that awareness in the background that you've got different people doing different things. And what are some of those issues you should start to consider right now? So if you're like, hey, okay, you're telling me all this, Cap, what does all this mean? I'll give you one example, which would be crude oil. Now, people have been calling for crude oil to bottom all year, and there have been some great squeezes in crude. There's been some great upside trades, but true seasonality for crude oil typically starts June 21st and lasts until August 20th. Could be a little bit earlier or later. But you'll start to see people looking at crude oil at some point, being like, hey, is that a bottom? Is oil going to pop? And what makes it pop? And in particular, this year, we also have a lot of other stuff going on. We've got market highs, right? We're sitting at an all-time high. We're also looking at the White House that has completed some of their agenda, but not all of their agenda. They have worked hard, I want to say, on immigration. Whether you agree or disagree with that, I don't know, but doesn't really impact the market much. Farmers haven't revolted or anything, or gone on strike, or abandoned the U.S. at this point. All of our crops are still coming up. We haven't seen any volatility around that. We also have tariffs and trade agreements that are coming into the microscope. You would expect that in the coming weeks, if we're anticipating some doom and gloom for those months like September, right? That maybe some negative news would be assigned to that, some right tail risk. All of a sudden it matters for a week or two. And why is the market falling right now? It's because of this tariff bullshit, right? Tariff agreements, trade war agreements are going to come into focus. We still have some other stuff with budgetary stuff and debt ceiling stuff that still is unresolved to some extent. And then we also have geopolitical risks that are still there. We still have Russia and Ukraine. We have a temporary ceasefire in Iran and Israel. I don't know where that is. It seems like it got brushed under the rug, right? We had war and then fake war, and then hey, we're gonna go. Matter of fact, I read a report this week saying that an airbase in Saudi Arabia wasn't even occupied, and like Iran bombed it. It was like fake, whole thing. So is that real or fake or not, or does that come back to rear its ugly head? I don't see any like peace talks. Do you? I don't see it. We just have like a ceasefire going on at the moment. Everybody's like resting back, ready to get at it again. Ukraine, Russia, still there. China, Taiwan, still there. And we still haven't come to the point where is there actual trade agreements? I watched last night. I spent some more time watching Besant, all of his interviews the past week, and it's true. Like there's no agreement. And Besant's case is, well, this is what we need to do business, and they have to agree to this. And this interviewer was like, "Fuck no! Like they don't have to agree to this. Like they can go tit for tat with you. They can ladder the trade war." And I don't know. I think it resolves itself. Like I'm not a bear or anything. I'm not a doomer. I think it resolves itself. But to not say they're not going to assign something like this in the fall. If you get some down move in the fall, some kind of correction, right? It's the easy way to wrap up that present, right? Like, hey, we're going to deal with all this bullshit in the fall when we know we're going to get a corrective move. We just got a punitive corrective move in the springtime for, like, if you think about the springtime, right? Think about this closely. We're expecting a major correction in the late winter, early spring, right? And we get punitively wrecked in that time period for left tail risk with tariffs that are deeper and more aggressive than expected in the first half of Trump's presidency. And so we get even more than a major correction, right? Instead of 10, 15%, we're closer to 20%, right? And then you get this right tail for these agreements that are still not fucking solved. And if you have seasonal weakness in the fall, right? It would not shock me for a minute that all of a sudden I'm picking up a fucking newspaper and we've got, fighting and agreements that are worse than we expected. It's not real, but it's like assigned to that seasonal weakness. Does that make sense? So if I was a negotiator, it's not rocket science here. If I was a negotiator and I had anything negative, right? I'm like, hey man, hey boss, we still haven't done this trade deal. Where's the stock market? Jim, we're on a high right now. Boss, we're at a high, and guess what? We're coming into seasonal weakness in the stock market. So if you wanted to dump some shit on the market, now would be the time. Right now? No. How about August 1st? And what do we get from Trump yesterday and Besant a couple days ago? We're going to push all these agreements off to August 1st. Why? Because they already know that if we get tit for tat or laddering or anything like that, that's likely going to be something where it's accepted that it's going to be doomish at that time period. It fits the narrative, it fits the soap opera, it fits everything. And meanwhile, you're like, wait a minute, I didn't see any of this coming. I thought we were going to 650, right? So let's talk about that briefly here. So I'm not going to go into any more depth on this topic, but I want you to have that top line idea of the summer doldrums, or let's look at this. So you've got the ending of NASDAQ seasonality. You've got a rotation into earnings season. You've got summer doldrums that should be bulls screaming at you and bears coming later. And then you've got the rotation that goes on, and you've got the hedging in the markets anticipating some weakness in the fall, which is sooner than you think that it is. Because what you do is you get caught up in this summer doldrum trade, where it's like you buy a dip, you're trading it to the upside, and then you're like, we're going to break out, and you actually are not. So let's see if we can visualize this really quick. So we're going to look here at, this is the trigger screen here. By the way, if you want just an update really quick, we should close this gap down below and go higher. But what I really want to show you here, what's more important here is, something more important here would be want you to see this like 640 up here. And I want you to see 650. So here's 640, here's 650. And this is the carrot. Right here. So the carrot is like up here. Right? Carrot is telling you this is like classic summer doldrums. So I want you to think about, let me move this down for a minute here. Forget all this yellow up here and all this kind of stuff here, but what's more important, I guess that is important, but what's really important here is, let's go to a 4-hour here. So what I really want you to think about is what this really is here. And on here. So this is September over here. This is August 28th. This is September 1st right here. Hold on. 29th. There we go. Move that over here. And what I really want you to think about here is let me see if I can bring this up. A couple things I got to show you guys. Come on now. There we go. So what I want to show you here is, if I can, is this here is 6,300. Is a major bar right here. And the T's is 6,500. So here's, move this down. Here's 6,300 right here. Here is 6,500. And this is 6,400 right here. And I just want you to keep in mind this whole idea that calls are being rolled ahead. Dealers don't care about you. Dealers are not going to pay you until the last possible moment. So will they print this 640? Yes, but probably not right away. As a matter of fact, there's likely there's likely some kind of a trap in here. Right, there's 6,300. This is, I believe, 6,350. So there's like some kind of like trap in here. And they'll print this stuff here and here, but not until they absolutely have to normally. Normally it's like way, way down the road, right? When it's all worthless, end of quarter, or even after the end of quarter. So eventually you come up here and you print this stuff, right? And then you print this later, but not right away. And the T's and not just one here and put this away. Sorry about that. The T's and the setup is normally just like this. They're like, hey, bro, we're ready to go. We're going to go up there, smack that one. We're going to smack this one. We're going to smack this one. Maybe we get a little bit of pull back here. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, bro. We're going up. You know, it's like bam, bam, bam. We're going to take all this stuff out. And it's like this. It's like a trap for summer. It really is. It's like this trap. And what they do is they come back and they print it later, not earlier. So how does this translate to you? If we go back to the trigger screen here, I want you to remember that 64 and 6,500, right? So here's the 6,500 up here. Here's the 63 is over here, right? I have that. Hold on a second here. Make sure I get this right. There it is. There's 650. See it right there, 650, 640. And it's like this big tease. And I want you to remember the quarter. So if the quarter is July, August, September. Here is October over here. Right? And when do they actually want to print? Even if they do print it, they definitely don't want to print this nor this until either the end of the quarter or after the end of the quarter, right? Or even begin to make the attempt to trade that. Even just the attempt of it could start like, mid to late September, even middle of October before we actually print that stuff. And it's usually violent. It's usually like that end of the year is usually like vertical all the way up. So mid-September, middle of October. So they're going to dangle this carrot in front of you. Hey, we're going to trade this now. We're going to trade that now. And meanwhile, as you're doing that, we're range bound, right? We get into the end of OPEX and expiration for July, and they send us down. Then they don't worry about it, bro. We're going to do it in August, and we're gonna print 640, bro, right? And they choke you in one more time. Right, so you get like a expectation of 628, 630. You have another expectation of 640 up here. Go back with this. You have an expectation of 630, right? They fail you at 628, right? You're like, oh, don't worry about it, bro. We're gonna hit 630, right? And 640. And instead, they trap you in like a bull trap, and they actually take you down over here and not let you up until somewhere over here. So in here, this is the summer doldrums. This is when you get pinned in and down. And then there's a bull trap, usually end of the summer. And this is when like the bears come in. Hold on here. Bears will come in and say, oh, and you get the bulls saying up, up, up. Bears saying crash, crash, crash. Bears exit early. They don't care. Take their money and run. And then they swoop back in again as we're climbing up here. And you're like, hey, bro, we're going to trade 640. And, the Bears come back in again. And they're like, no, you're going to fail. You're going to fail that prior high. And we're going to take you down again over here, right? And in reality, that print is later in time. So, and there's some other shit here. You've got all kinds of hedging activity going on over here. People want to get prints here, or even lower. Could be 570, 580, 560. Could just be 590. Well, we're just holding for this major print end of year. And I want you to think also about if we go down here, whatever that may be, if that's, let me bring this up here. And if they end up trapping you in here, before you know it, you're blooding it down, somewhere down in here, 590, for this trade up into end of year. Here's December. And that's where you actually start getting like, you're hitting like the 540, 550, 650. And even if you're failing this in the middle of December, and you're actually hitting that high in like February, at 7 or 680, 720, something like that, into the beginning of the year. And meanwhile, you're caught up in this. And you get that kind of like you can kind of see it right there. You get that, hey, fade, right? Hey, fade. And there's the real dip buy is somewhere, 590, 592. The real dip buy and the real eye and the prize is somewhere in here in like in like September, October, November. And you're getting caught in this. And this is where you lose all your money. Like as a bull, And as a buyer, you're losing all your money in indexes when it's really down here somewhere. And it could have taken you anywhere from middle of July into September to actually find that dip that you're really looking for, that bigger dip. And you usually get two of these every year. You get the one big one down there, you get the other one up here, and this is where the big moves come from. And another big move comes up here, and maybe even extension into February to that upside. This is kind of rough here, but you're getting the gist, right? I'm assuming that you're getting the gist. So in this brief, in this outlook and in this brief, I want you to think about like where we are. I want you to think about, are we kind of, to an extent, scale this out a little bit, are we kind of at an extent of looking, remember that 613.63 here, right? So are we kind of range bound here? And if we are range bound, are we looking for some kind of like, hey, this, and this? And as a matter of fact, you can see the buyers stepped in yesterday here, right? And thinking about the roll higher, and also, are we actually going higher or not? And if we're entering the season of volatility, do we get blasts down? And so if we're getting, like, did you see yesterday's price action? Let's go look at yesterday's price action. And I want to show you this here yesterday. So you get this like plunge, right? Wham, remember that? Do we forget yesterday's price action, right? Plunge down, plunge down. And you're going to see people take advantage of that. You're going to see people that want to see or sell hard and heavy, right? Wham, wham. And you're going to expect some more of that the rest of this month, even though we're in positive gamma. Remember, we're entering the season of volatility. So you're going to see these like, hey, I woke up this morning and we were down, or I was in the middle of cash market and it was bloodbath, bloodbath. Why is that? Why are we doing this through the next week or two, right? So you got what? Today's the 8th. So you got another week of this, and then they're successful in week 3. You start to see blood. So this week, this week you're like looking for, hey, let me buy a dip down here, right? Buy a weekly low, buy a weekly low, buy a weekly low for a print higher. And then once we get that high, what are they doing? Unload, 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 unload. And why are they unloading? Well, because they're fucking hedging. They're looking for this print over here in late summer, early fall, mid-fall. And so any of these highs up here, they're just using this to unload on you, the trader. So just keep in mind over the next couple weeks that you can trade this up. But as the week progresses, like this is the 11th, this is Friday over here, Friday the 11th. This is Vixpiration and OPEX. And if we start catching these highs, they're going to try to unload us down there, right? They're going to attempt it. They're going to come in, they're going to unload. And they're going to start thinking about what as we come into the middle of the month? Start thinking about earnings season, right? Your favorite ticker, right? Or the one that you're trying to sell to the depths of hell. The one that you're trying to like sell down into tax loss harvesting, or the one that's been good all year long. And you just want to run the earnings up. And then you get into this middle bank earnings begin here in I believe the 16th bank earnings kick off right here. So you get some good bank earnings, you get some good tech earnings, right? You start unloading, you're like hedging all this, and you're still kind of range bound, aren't you? Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. And this earnings isn't particularly expected to be great. It should be good. I think it's going to be good, but and then they're exiting earnings season on mega tech. Generally, most of it, not all of it, but a lot of it, as we enter the end of summer. So if you're a bull, I would be looking for these kind of lows for right now. You're going to still get these highs, but I don't know that you're going to get 640 or 650. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But I would most certainly be sitting down here over the next week or two. If you're going to continue to trade, the indexes, I would be hiding down here looking for longs, and I would rein in your expectations. And there's likely also some theta gang out there that realizes this, and they're just going to trap you in as well. You know, they're likely to think, and these guys aren't going nowhere. And we're going to look for some kind of an unclench here to go to the downside, and we're just going to hem all these people in over here. Sorry. There and there. So just as you're like, you can see it, right? Push all the way up, start coming down, a little bit of range expansion, right? Ping, pong to the downside. So just think about this. This is being parked, and you're probably going to hear more bulls right now, and then you're going to hear the chorus of the bears come in as we hit middle of the month. The bear case will get rolled out. And can we trade 640, 650? Sure. Can we extend the bull season into like September 1 or October or August 31st? Sure. But you know, seasonally and like the averages and the medians and all that stuff, I want you to realize that there are people with other agendas, and that is important to be aware of. That you can be the only person left in your issue as the market moves on with whatever it needs to do, and you're stuck going, wait a minute, everybody was saying 650, and now I'm getting annihilated to the downside, and oh my God, my 650s are getting killed right now, and wait a minute, they just printed them, you know, first week of October. You're like, ah. So just kind of be aware of where the rest of the market, what the rest of the market is doing, and where the real print is. The real print is likely in December, January, February for your highs, like 650, 700, 680, 720. Any of those big monster moves, if we're going to get them, would likely be later in time. And likely for min-maxing is likely lower. That bigger trade is likely down here somewhere. You know, which is far, far away, right? Way down here. It's likely down in this 590 zone. So if they're trying to min-max, you get this weekly trigger right here. It's marching forward. Should start flattening out soon, right? Start looking for some kind of a dip buy over here. And that's usually your second biggest buy of the year. This is like all in. We're going all in. We're going to get a print. We're going to look like rock stars. So just be aware that this is looming to the downside. I think I'm open to trading 640, 650 right now. I don't think that that's out of the range of possibility. But just note that the rest of the market here is, just note that you're likely going to get trapped in. Even if you get one good report and you get like S&P 500 up overnight, they bring it right back in again, right? Up again, and then they're looking for this roll to the downside. And this is the carrot. This is the sausage. You ever see me post the meme where I'm dangling the sausage, right? The old Game of Thrones meme. Hey, bro, we're going to trade this. Hey, bro, we're going to trade this. I'm going to sell you tons of calls to go here, but we're gonna fail it. And even if we go up here for just a minute, as long as it goes right back down, you know, we're all safe to the downside. And those sold calls mean nothing. These guys are going to get rich, in my view. They're going to get filthy rich. The fact that you're buying those calls up here in this high, I'm almost sure that a whole bunch of you, but we're buying 650. We're rolling 640. You're rolling to 640 and 650, like right there. Absolutely worst place to roll to 640, 650. Same thing as being in a major market bottom. It's like being forced to buy puts for lower, and the market just turns up. dealers are selling puts to suckers. And the same thing with selling calls to suckers is likely going on here to some extent. So just be aware of it as we move forward. Now let's get back to your brief. I'm working on it right now. I'm going to work on, hold on here. I'm going to finish the brief this morning in this stream for you. So that you have your weekly brief that goes into much more detail on this stuff. It's going to the quarterly review brings up earnings for Mag 7 and a bunch of other symbols, and then the weekly brief goes in more into depth with the rotation that's going to take place over the next week or two, and how you should be monitoring those potential rotations. And I will be switching the show at some point. We'll start looking at these issues week in, week out, and seeing where they are and if they near dip buy or not, so that you can rotate into earnings season if you haven't already, or rotate into seasonal strength if you have not already. So let's go back and look at the daily expectation for this morning. And I want to see that gap get closed, which it is. Go to 1 minute. And not only that, the velocity on S&P 500, the SPX, and ES is quite negative right now. Move this over here. Let me just check 30-minute Velo on these other two. And yeah, Velo looks pretty gnarly here on an hourly basis. Looks gnarly. Looks very bearish on SPX. Same thing is going on in futures. And we're going to check. I'm going to look at futures really quick. Futures is beginning to want to bottom. SPX looks pretty fucking bearish right now. Wait a minute. I'm in the wrong one here. This one right here. Futures is already bearish. SPX quite bearish too. See if we can get that gap close and maybe even that 613. Maybe just a little bit more pain to these fucking bulls. I'm a bull, by the way. There's this gap closure right here. And we're close to the gap being closed. We'll look for, here's 10 o'clock. Here is 10:30. Remember, we usually get buyers that come in around 12 p.m. So if we do get some buyers showing up and get priced in the right place, we'll look for like a 12 o'clock buy. Right over there. We'll make this one green. I don't know if they're going to come step in and buy or if price is in the right place yet, but we got this over here. Put that 4R up there, that 4R right there, this daily right here. Almost close to a dip buy here. It's over here. See if this can be held here. If you want to know where I want to buy a dip, I've been waiting for it for 2 days now. It's right here. 613.63. I doubt I get that dip, to be honest with you. I was hoping I could get it yesterday, and they saved the market into the bell. If you're looking for a weekly print, it may be a print to the upside. It may be right here where we are right now. We can see if we can close this. Maybe we can close this down, close this, and start turning ourselves up. But Velo looks kind of nasty right now, so we'll keep an eye on it and see what's up. Just take a peek here. It's so close. There's one more thing I want to talk to you about too, which is there's some range expansion here today too. If you can't see this, I want to show you this. And this is pretty large here. S1 is at 617.68. S2 is at 614.66. S3 sits at 611.54. S4 and S5 are way lower. 610, 608 on the downside. On the upside, R1 is at 623.88, 627.01, and then R3 is at 630. So there is range expansion, at least expected right now. Some widening of price. So just keep that in mind. It's not necessarily bearish or bullish, but just note that outside the range moves are expected as we move forward as the week progresses. Nice little dip buy right here. Sorry about that. Hit the wrong button there. Am I missing something here? Hold on here. In 1 second, guys. Just looking at some trades that I'm in here. Hold on. Let me turn this back on while I do this.
US extends authorization for some Russia-related transactions.
What is that? 626? Why? Is that diagonal call spread? August 22nd. SPY coming back to retest the hourly trigger right now at 621.40.
German small cap stocks index up 1.2% at fresh record high, bringing the year-to-date gains to 30%.
$621. Hold on. Dude, it could move so fucking fast. And so 6. What's all cost? 626. Okay, there, guys. Morning, Brad. How are you? I'm just saying, guys, I'm a bunch of stuff here in the background.
So it's a reminder for users, next week we kick off earnings season again, starting with BlackRock. BlackRock on July 15th. We've got JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citi on that day.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about earnings here in just a minute.
Trump on Truth Social says that as per letters sent to various nations yesterday, in addition to letters that will be sent today, tomorrow, and for the next short period of time, tariffs will start being paid on August 1st. There has been no change to this date, and there will be no change. In other words, all money due and payable starting August 1st, no extensions will be granted. So again, Trump saying no extensions will be granted. Tariffs will be start paid on August 1st.
You can see that there.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
S&P 500 did see a little bit of a move towards the downside, not really a whole lot, but just for the back of Trump saying August 1st, tariff deadline won't be extended.
Just note here today that we also have consumer inflation expectations at 11, and then at 11:30 we get 52-week bill auction, 3-year note auction at 1 p.m., and then consumer credit change at 3. Probably the biggest thing here would be the 11 a.m. consumer inflation expectations. And then, of course, we get the minutes on Wednesday at 2 p.m.
Amazon Prime Day spending down 14% in early hours from 2024.
Friday. Somewhere just like that. Sorry about that. I'm trying to open some positions here. I'm not getting any luck here. I have like open orders right now and still no fills.
So, a reminder, in about 10 minutes' time, we're expected to have Trump's cabinet meeting. The live video is on the economic calendar on the left-hand side. We'll post it out on the feed for you as well to watch.
Every time, like whenever I don't get fills, I feel like I close the opening of the position. I don't even fill it. I'm like, like,
We have posted out the video on the feed as well.
I feel like I sit there and I try to like get it filled, and then I'm like, yeah, we'll lower it a little bit more and see if I can catch this like bottom fill, and I don't seem to get it.
Also, a reminder at the top of the hour, we get the New York Fed inflation expectations.
There's a Trump cabinet meeting coming up here in a minute. I'll have it on for us. Trump's saying that tariffs will start being paid on October 1st, 2025. There's been no change to this date, and there will be no change.
Seeing about the move towards the downside here.
So, like, that brings up a whole bunch of questions. Like, it's like Trump tariffs will start being paid on August 1st, 2025. There's been no change to this date, and there will be no change. I know if you're out there and we're out there, inflation has gone up. Price of goods have gone up. We've pre-ramped like so much shit. We've pre-ramped tariffs to like no end. There are still companies charging. I mean, is he talking about de minimis or is that not tariffs? It's such a clusterfuck. It's like, like, bro, tariffs are being collected everywhere right now. Like, I went and bought a laptop for travel and for private streams, and I bought it just before the tariff stuff, and I was like, I gotta buy this now because it's gonna be stupid. It's double the price now. I was looking at cameras the other day and lenses, and it's like triple. Some of this stuff is like triple the price. Triple. Not kidding. I told you about the Cheez-It story, right? Cheez-Its are like, I bought Cheez-Its and Cheese Whiz in a can. Something my dad did for us as kids, and something my kids like, and we hadn't had it in a while. A box of Cheez-Its and a can of Cheese Whiz was $12.67. I think I remember it exactly. I think it was exactly that. I was like, that's fucking $13. The other side of my brain is like, nope, it's not quite 13. But I'm like, $13. And now you got Trump saying they're going to start collecting. They haven't even collected tariffs yet. Sushi.
The stock indexes here, then U.S. stocks move.
Yeah, shit's expensive.
S&P 500 down 0.1%, Nasdaq down 0.1%, and Dow down 0.4%. Also, Amazon extends decline down 2%. Again, on the report of the Prime Day spending. Right over the Prime Day, Amazon Prime Day spending down 14% in early hours from 2024. Also, about 5 minutes away until we're expected to hear from Trump and participating at the cabinet meeting.
Come on. Can I get a fill now? Or do I just take it off? Almost filled full down here.
Also, a reminder at the top of the hour, we get the New York Fed inflation expectations.
They didn't have Aldi cheese. I looked for Aldi cheese. I actually looked for Aldi cheese.
According to Xinhua, China wants to deepen cooperation with the UN, citing China's Premier Li.
Hold on a second here, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here, guys. I gotta take care of something really quick. I'm being asked a question. I gotta answer. It's like everything stops. Give me 1 quick second here, guys. Hold on here.
So less than a minute ago now to we're expecting the New York inflation expectations. It's a reminder with the forecast for the 1-year inflation expectations at 3.13%, prior 3.2%. Ten seconds to the New York Fed inflations expectations. .02%, 3.02%, lower than the forecast of 3.13% for the US. So again, New York Fed inflation, 1-year inflation expectations fall to 3% in June from 3.2%. Also, Treasury sees cash balance rising to $500 billion by the end of July. Also, New York Fed 3 inflation expectations unchanged in June at 3%. So the US looking to sell $80 billion in 4-week bills. Those will be sold on July 10th to settle on July 15th. We have posted out the New York Fed inflation expectations report on the feed for you to read through.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
According to French diplomatic source, a robust Iran nuclear deal that guarantees European security interests must be concluded. Also, US Treasury says they do not expect to issue cash management bills to rebuild cash rebalance. So again, Treasury from the US does not expect to issue cash management bills to rebuild cash balance. So French diplomatic source says if there is no deal, France, Britain, Germany, or the E3 nations, will be obliged to restore sanctions through UN Security Council snapback mechanism.
Oh my god, I just saw that the price of cheese is too damn high. Terrible. Yeah, let me see if I can I don't see him chatting right now. Sorry about that. I have a house that I'm renovating, another house, this house right here that I'm in right now. And I'm being asked stupid questions in the background, and not stupid, but shouldn't say it's stupid shit, but things that I guess I have to answer. I'll leave it at that. What else? Put that over there. Put that over there. Put that over there so you can see it.
According to NBC, Trump is expected to attend Club World Cup final on Sunday.
I've got a Trump speaks at cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. thing up, but I don't see him chatting. All I see is like the front of an American flag in front of the White House. I don't actually see that taking place right now. If it turns on, I will unmute it and we can watch it or listen to it in the background. Uncle JBJ made a comment that Trump is angry about the taco stuff. That's what it is, right? I'm assuming that if there was a time to stop tacoing, it's likely going to be in that. Like I would honestly be thinking about the punitiveness of the down move in February, and then at least be considering that if there was a time to be negative, it's probably soon. Maybe not today, but August, September, October. If you wanted to dump some shit on the market, that would be an appropriate time, and it's coming sooner than later. What else? Still have no fills, so come on here. What am I missing here? What is this right here?
According to sources here, US Treasury Secretary Bessent will skip upcoming G20 finance meeting in South Africa.
Month forecast 6,900 on GS. Earlier and deeper Fed easing and lower bond yields than previously expected.
Treasury official Kaplan will attend instead in his place.
Let's see what GS is saying here. They're saying we raised our 3, 6, and 12-month S&P 500 return forecasts.
Fed bids for 52-week bills total $2.9 billion.
To 6,400, 6,600, and 6,900. Earlier and deeper Fed easing and lower bond yields than we previously expected. Continued fundamental strength of the larger stocks and investors' willingness to look through likely near-term earnings weakness support our revised S&P forward PE forecast of 22 times from 20.4. Our previous index targets were 5,900, 6,100, and 6,500 respectively. We maintain our EPS growth forecast plus 7% 2025, plus 7% 2026. But see risks to our estimates in both directions. We revisit them after Q2 second quarter results. Following the narrow breadth rally, we expect near-term rotations below the surface of the index. That's rotating into safety. Underneath the index, that's to be expected as we head into middle of summer, late summer. The S&P 500 recently climbed a new record, and further upside would be consistent with the historical playbook following the resumption of Fed cutting cycles. But the median constituent remains more than 10% below its 52-week high, leading to one of the narrowest readings of market breadth in recent decades. While narrow breadth often signals the risk of larger than average drawdowns, we believe a catch-up is more likely than a catch-down and expect the market rally to broaden during the next few months. 3 investment recommendations at the start of the second half of 2025. Remember, we start in Q3. Remember, market works on year, 6 month, 3 month expectations. Balanced sector allocation with overweights in software and services, materials, utilities, media and entertainment, and real estate. I want to preface some of this where it says media and entertainment. It's probably telecoms. So if you look, what is media and entertainment? It's probably like your telecoms today are typically Meta, anything like Meta. Alternative asset managers, which have lacked their macro implied returns despite an improving capital markets backdrop. Some is high floating rate debt as earnings estimates benefit from lower bond yields. Yeah, we're still coming into bond season though. Just be aware of some of this, what's being written here. There's some like not quite just not telling you the whole truth and nothing but the truth there. They are expecting down here in the fall. You're just not going to get the bond market that you're expecting, but it is in season. So don't be like, the bond market's not going to matter. It's going to matter. At least for a narrative in the coming month or two. Not this month, but like August, September, you're still going to have the bond market would be the reason where the market, or one of the reasons given. Likely due to tariff implications. The only other thing I would mention here on this would be some of the what they're saying for sectors. And there are also some mention here about like utilities. So this is a little early. Utilities are great right now. They don't usually get a print until December, I think. But they're a good safe haven, and then you get the print in December, I guess. Yeah, I can see that. So they're staying away from risky or stuff. I agree with that. I can't say that I disagree with that stuff. This was a rush cabinet meeting too, I believe. So I think it's going to be all about tariffs or something bad. Thanks for the heads up. I've got a meeting, or I've got a link here, but I don't see anything. Does anybody here see anything that I'm missing here? I don't see. I have a live feed, but no Trump. Let me look here. Maybe he's live from the cabinet on a different link. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. I got nothing here too. So I don't see shit going on here at the moment. Someone in the audience is saying, Echo Cargo is saying that this was a rushed cabinet meeting too, I believe. So I think it's going to be all about tariffs or something else bad. We have a member inside the community mentioning that Trump's likely mad about tariffs or taco time and that kind of stuff. He's also mad about what? I don't think this is split MAGA in particular, but this has been a showpiece of MAGA, right? Which is the Epstein files. I think everybody at this, I think originally, from what I recall, people thought Epstein was just a bad character, right? Bad guy. And then it grew into something more. What I remember from it was there was a lot of, there was like, Epstein's a bad guy, right? We all know that, right? Pedophile, predator for young women. And on that note too, I have 2 daughters, and you never know, right? Especially with young women, young kids, young boys. I have a lot to talk about this stuff actually. I'm from Boston. I was born and raised in Boston. I moved out of there into the West. Spent most of my adult life living in the West. But I'm from Boston. I grew up going to a school called St. Andrews. I'll tell you where I went to school. I went to a place called St. Andrews. It's closed. It is one of the schools that was mainly focused on from the movie Spotlight. If you've ever heard of Spotlight, if you're from New England, you might know it. It's a composite of a few schools in Boston, but mainly one in particular, which was my school. I went to a Catholic school growing up, and it's been since shut down. They wanted to make it a monument, but it's been sold, I guess, from the archdiocese to, I believe it's an African Christian church, but I'm not positive on that. It's in Jamaica Plain in Boston, Massachusetts. JP, if you know it. And that school was closed because of pedophilia that was going on in it. Now, it didn't affect me personally. I had a mom and a dad that were very active in my life. They knew where I was or were with me at all times. Before helicopter parenting was helicopter parenting, I think my parents let me do things. I got to go around the city and do whatever I want, but they were always there. You know what I mean? There was never like, if I was going to ride my bike across town or something, or get on a T or go to a movie or something as a 9-year-old or whatever, I had a cousin with me or my friends were with me, and my parents would meet us, or I'd have to be back for those things. But I had friends at that school, male friends of mine, that weren't that lucky. One in particular, I'm never going to say his name publicly, but one in particular, his mom or his dad raised him, and his mom was dead. His mom had died, and his dad was taking care of him. And his dad worked like a monster. He had a sister and a dad. It was just two kids and a parent. He was a very close friend of mine growing up. And I never knew what was happening. And he was raped. Now, as an adult, of course, I found out later as he got older and stuff. And I had another friend that did this, got raped too, and he was a latchkey single parent with just a mom at home. And the priests took a shine to him. Sometimes I've made like crass jokes, being like, "Well, I guess I just wasn't good looking enough or whatever." But it was like, this was really going on at this school that I went to. Any of these kids that had parents that were not involved enough in these kids' lives, they knew that these men knew that they could take advantage of these kids. Raising kids, I've always avoided things with children and going away with teachers or with mentors, being alone with them. Even my wife and my father-in-law, my own dad and my father-in-law were like, don't ever stay interested in something your kids are no longer doing as they get older. Don't keep coaching the softball team when your kid moves into something else. You move on with your children. Don't ever be alone with my own dad and my father-in-law were like, don't ever be alone with kids. You're a man. Like, just even if you're not that person, you just don't ever want to do it. Always have like someone else there with you, another man or your wife or whatever. So there's just never any question. Because as a man, it's very easy to be blamed for something that you didn't do. To be honest, because men are considered aggressive, predators, right? They're men. So, but anyways, on this topic comes Epstein, and I don't think originally there was ever a conspiracy. I think it was just Epstein was a fucking evil character. These predators, what they do is they look for kids where parents are willing to say, "Hey, you can trust that guy. He's rich or whatever. He's powerful, and he's the this and the that. And I want you to gain something in life, or you take in a nanny or so." I've had nannies too. I got a whole bunch of stuff on this stuff. Like I had a couple nannies, and never was alone with nannies. I had a nanny once come downstairs in front of my wife, not shitting you. Came downstairs, and she had a t-shirt and skimpy underwear on. Teenager. She's over 18 or something, but she was like a teenager, like 18, 19. She was from Europe. She had no idea. And my wife was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, go put some clothes on. And she was just like lounging around the house or something. And I'm like, oh boy. I'm like, this isn't going to go over well. Like, I'm like watching this like teenager, like 18, 19, like bouncing down the stairs. She's got a t-shirt on. She's got some underwear on. I'm like, this isn't going to go over well. And she didn't understand or realize. But anyways, you get the point, right? You don't leave your kids alone. You don't send your child to Hollywood to be an actor, or your daughter, your son, or whatever, and put them with other adults alone without you being their constant supervision. You, as a parent. And if you do, bad things can happen. Oftentimes, that's how it happens. Or even a family member, close friend, any of those things. Like you as a parent. My mom taught me this too. As my children were getting older, Mom said to me, "Don't ever let your kids go away for weeks at a time without you there, if you want nothing to happen." And so we didn't. We've always been there with our kids. Take them here, take them there. But it's either like very trusted people with lots of people around all the time, or you're there as a parent, part of being a parent. Or those things can happen. Now, Epstein, of course, grew into conspiracy. That it was more. There were more people involved. I don't call her name Giselle or something, but the other person, the female that was involved, she went to prison for conspiracy, I think, and for molesting kids or whatever, or allowing Epstein to do that stuff. And of course, now even I think even the conspiracy theory of Epstein has grown into something where everyone believes it. I think it's like, if you were to speak to anyone, no matter their politics, they would say Epstein Island's real, and it's probably a conspiracy, and the rich and powerful are probably involved in it. And funnily, I don't know if you'd say funnily, but I actually know someone that's been identified on the Epstein list. There are people that have been identified as working for Epstein or being around Epstein. I'm not going to name his name or what he did for Epstein, but I have a professional relationship, or had a professional relationship with someone who worked for Epstein, and it got crazy for him. He has conspiracy theorists running all over Twitter. They've named him on Twitter as a person of interest. There's like, you can search his name, and conspiracy theorists are all over this guy. He's had the FBI come and interview him twice now. Matter of fact, he's gone through a divorce at this point, and he's in hiding. I kid you not. He's like afraid for his life. He's not afraid for anything liability with this stuff. He was a nobody. but he got caught up in the conspiracy theory. His name was caught up in the conspiracy theory. But you got to assume that between yesterday and today, with this Epstein stuff, that they're on the defensive, right? You like Pam Bondi out there saying something that's not true, or I don't know if it's not true or not, but saying she's got the list and she's got the paperwork and she's going to release it all, and there's nothing, right? Then there's the taco time stuff and Besant on the circuit all week and all weekend. So I don't know if this cabinet meeting is negative or not, but I'm going to assume that there's a lot of fallout. And then you had the Joe Rogan thing with Kash Patel. Like Kash Patel said he was going to clean up or expose all this stuff, and then he went on to Joe Rogan and was like, I'm not touching it. And then you had even the vice president saying that he was going to drain the swamp specifically with Epstein stuff and some other, I think he listed like that and some other stuff off. It's like quoted with this stuff. And of course there's nothing. And so there's like blowback going on, and that, and this blowback, there's mockery from the left and there's blowback within the right. And so you see a little bit of that. You see a little bit of Besant sprinkled in over the week, and you see a little bit of taco time with the markets. So maybe we get, and we've had two people here now say, watch out for Trump today. You could get like off the handle. He gets, you guys ever notice? I don't know if you guys ever noticed this. When we're on a high, Trump White House will say something very negative that'll dump the market. Like middle of the day, blast down 30 points. And then when we're on a major low, he's pumping, right? You guys don't see this, or the manipulation in the, or at least the awareness. I don't know if it's like, I mean, my personal thing is that it's mass manipulation of the stock market. Trump loves being loved. He's crass. He's petty. And he hates, he does, like, you guys already know this, right? Republicans have resided over more recessions than Democrats. That's a fact. So he doesn't want to be a part of that, right? He's like, fuck no, I don't want anything to do with that recession. And I definitely don't want to be that president. And he wants to be remembered with Nobel Peace Prize. He wants to be remembered with, I don't know, statues and schools named after him. And a lot of this has to do with his own family, how he was raised, his relationship with his dad. And also this like a wall between power, money, power, and politics. In our country, we're not a monarchy or patriarchy, but we do have a long history of families that run our country. You know what I mean? Like the Bushes, and you get the Clintons, and you get like the Kennedys, and you get like start counting up like families that have run this country as president or near or around it, or somewhere in there. There's a lot of royalty in our country, and we don't allow. Oftentimes, or in the past, you'd have soft power. People from business backgrounds, or financiers or banks, and they're in power, but it's behind the scenes. They're gray suits that go to the White House and stuff. And Trump has always wanted to break into that dynasty kind of a thing, be remembered more than a real estate tycoon or mogul or whatever your thoughts are on that. So there's probably a little bit of anger here, I would think, today, and we're on a high. So we'll await this cabinet meeting. Keep an eye on the 10-year as well, and the dollar. Most likely the 10-year would be more important on this Trump speech or this cabinet meeting. And you don't know who's going to be there. Like the person from the press yesterday, I call her Taco Blue instead of Taco Bell, or excuse me, Taco Bell. Oh God, like Southern Belle. I shouldn't be saying that's kind of shitty to say. But she got caught up with a Fox reporter yesterday that was hammering her on hammering her on I forget the guy's name, the guy's from Fox, and he was hammering on this whole Epstein thing because it was kind of like wasn't quite the mantelpiece of Trump, but it's part of it, right? There's like 3 or 4 things that Trump is angry about. One of them is what? Immigration. The other one is tariffs and trade. Then you got some geopolitics with China that still is wrapped up in trade and stuff like that. But then you get immigration. You got waste and fraud. Waste and fraud didn't pan out, did it? At least from Trump's perspective, waste and fraud was bullshit. Now you're getting Epstein is bullshit. That's 2. And you got like 3 left, right? You got tariffs and trade war or trade agreements, one or the other. You got immigration, and you got geopolitics. So you got those 3 left. So you got Epstein bullshit, waste and fraud bullshit, and you got 3 more. So hearing Trump this morning say things like, I'll give you the exact quote from Trump this morning, where he goes, "Tariffs will start being paid on August 1st. There have been no change to this date, and there will be no change." That was from Truth Social this morning. So you got 3 more, and you gotta you can't have the taco waffling, and you can't. And immigration, it's probably, if there was anything that the Trump White House has wanted to do, that you could say, even if you don't like how it's being done, if what they want to do or accomplish, they're on track. They're doing what they. It's not how I would do it. They're at the same numbers that I think Gore and Obama were at. How they're going about it, I don't agree with. But if this is what they want to do, it seems like they're on the right course with it. People are aware of what they're going to do, and I realize there's also other shit with Project 2025 and tyranny and all that shit. I don't personally think that. I think Democrats had you had your chance to vote. One of the most ironic things about this presidency is it was one of the lowest voter turnouts for both Kamala Harris and for Trump. Trump won by one of the smallest margins in history, not since Nixon. And the Democrats didn't do any fucking better. So whenever I hear people it's tyranny, I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? You didn't even fucking vote. Fuck right off. This is the whole country too. It's not just Republicans or Democrats. Literally, there's literally an apathetic third of the country, more than a third of the country. There were apathetic in this election. I don't care what the reasons are. I don't care if it's a corporate Republican and I don't know, split in the corporate Democrats and the more liberal and more conservative side of Democrats. I don't care who it is and why. But there's apathy, or there was apathy. So if you just think about that stuff in context with this Trump speech here, he's probably looking at those 4 or 5 things and he's going, oh, fuck no, these guys aren't going to fuck me now on my tariffs and trade wars. And I got these other 2 things, this geopolitics thing's not quite working out. And so you may get some of that today from this cabinet meeting. Just some anger from him and some pushback. Markets on a high and some pushback on the Epstein thing. And you had that NOAA stuff this past week, NWS, the National Weather Service, NOAA. I think we had over 100 people dead in Texas. So a little bit of anger, some infighting. Then you got Elon creating the American whatever party, American Fascist Party. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to get people turning the show off. But you got Elon, sticking the pins in, and Trump's angry about it, and there's probably some inside or infighting within the party. I'll go with Elon all day long or something, or Elon was always a sycophant, either side of that coin. But anyways, we'll wait. We're still awaiting Trump here to come out and speak. See if he might get angry here. U.S. Treasury Secretary Besson will skip the upcoming G20 finance meeting in South Africa. Treasury official Kaplan will attend in his place. Trump is expected to attend. We already know about the Club World Cup final on Sunday. The U.S. Treasury does not expect to issue cash management bills to rebuild its cash balance. I don't see anything else here. And I don't see Trump chatting just yet. So we'll wait and see if he's going to say anything that's going to drop it. Just note that if it is a negative presser, the market seems like it's sitting here parked waiting for this presser. And just a note that us being on a high, and all of a sudden you get the whammo. It should recover afterwards. Remember that if you get a taco trade, if you know what the taco trade is, if you don't recall what it is, I posted it for you once before. Sometimes you get there's two ways to look at a taco trade. If we're on a high, we can sometimes blast down the depths of hell, but it recovers quickly. So if you're not long or something, you want to get long and it blasts down, you just jump on it. Within 2 or 3 days, you normally get paid. If we're on a low, it's normally like a taco trade up. So you'll long it right away and it goes all the way up. So it's usually the opposite of wherever we are. Right now we're on a high-ish. So if we could see some kind of blood. If you're already long, you just stay long and it should recover within a couple days. Yeah, so I've got a brief for you guys. I've got it sitting right in front of me. I'm going to actually spend part of this morning as we await this. I'm going to continue to write this brief for you. And I have a whole in-depth discussion about volatility, July, and just to keep you ahead of what to expect as time moves forward. I want you to again, from this live stream this morning, I want you to remember that we're talking about you got blinders on and whatever it is you're focused on, and you're not focused on everything else going around you. And you wake up and go, oh, shit, I wasn't paying attention. And why is everybody over there while I'm over here? So I want you to think about the summer trade. I want you to think about summer doldrums. I want you to think about the beginning of ER season. I want you to think about the rotation that goes on underneath the market to safety. And then I want you to think about on highs, how people are selling into that to get a print for a hedge, and how other participants, you might be like, hey, I'm trying to long this whole market right here. And they're actually trying to get long down the road in September, October. They're trying to exit longs here over these next few weeks. At any rate, the brief is being written right now. As we await this speech, I will continue to work on this brief. We're not going anywhere right now. We're just trading sideways. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down over here. Just grinding. Let's put this right here for you. According to Bloomberg, Trump is using his presidential power under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act to impose levies on specific sectors, including autos, steel, and aluminum. That means countries can face even higher rates when combined. Other sectoral cases are in the works, potentially allowing Trump to cover a wide range of U.S. imported raw materials, as well as finished consumer goods, should other levies get struck down by the courts. Tariff cases, Section 232 going into effect soon. Automobiles and parts May 3rd. Aluminum June 4th. Let's see if I can find this here. Extending the modification of reciprocal tariffs. This is from July 7th. What's that for you now? See what this says here. This might be what the discussion's about. Posted in the Discord. giving it a quick once over right now. It's still not as much as you'd think. I'm reading through this thing right now, and I'm like, a lot of how this is written, it's not as bad as people think. Like, there's a lot of greed in here, for input costs on goods. Right? There's a lot of like greed and a lot of laziness. Like, there's this, like, I was reading. I don't know if I'm by the way, if you're watching the show, I'm a Democrat. A lot of Republicans know this, and MAGA knows this. I actually surprisingly have a lot of MAGA friends. I don't know why, but I do. I'm trying to stay open with people, and not mix politics. When I was raised with, like, keep politics to yourself. We've made politics like our identity these days. I wasn't raised like that. I was like, you just keep your politics to yourself. I'll keep my politics to myself. Let's have a beer. Let's shoot a gun. Let's go bike riding, whatever it is you want to do. Now, what am I reading here? I'm reading some of this stuff about, like, the tariffs in the background, and there's a ton of greed in here. Like, and even like how it's the tone of some of the stuff. This isn't from the memo, but another article that I'm reading. Or like the tone of it, like, we're not done yet. We could double and triple tariffs. I gotta tell you guys, like, you wouldn't believe the amount of greed in tariffs from companies in pure laziness. I've told you many times that these companies are absolutely fucking lazy. If you're even small companies, I was telling you about how I was reading that article from that one beer producer from Chicago, and he was like, fuck you. He's like, fuck you. He's like, oh, we can't find any new, like, purveyors of this and that. We got to raise prices. It was like 50%, then another 50%. Rather than just saying, hey, I'm going to find a cheaper bottle distiller, or move from cans to bottles, or find a different purveyor for those cans. Nor did he discuss the actual input cost. Like, what does that can actually cost him? I think people are they don't pay attention close enough. So, like, if you got a can of beer, the input cost of the aluminum into that can before it ever gets increased for profit. Let's say the can costs 15 cents or 30 cents. The can probably only goes up another 5 or 15 cents. Yet the beer guy is like, oh, I had a $3 beer. Now it's a $6 beer. Sorry, buddy. Fuck you. Which is pure it's profiteering, greed, and laziness. And the consumer will absorb that until they're no longer in a good position. And the consumer is still in a good position. They're not bad off. And the White House keeps saying that they're bad. They're like, oh, the consumer's in a bad space right now. And I'm like, no, they're not. Not quite yet. Not only that, we just had a new big, beautiful bill get passed, which is another sign that the consumer is more well off than you'd think, right? I had a friend yesterday tell me that, here we go. I had a friend yesterday. I was on a phone call yesterday, and a friend tell me that his county. What did he say to me? I'm trying to remember exactly what he said to me, but it was something in the words of, the moment that the big, beautiful bill passed, his county released a notice to homeowners that their taxes are likely going up, which I found fascinating. It's like this constant, never-ending. Who's got the money and where can I get it? It's like, who's got it? Where can I get it? So you get Trump that's like, hey, I'm going to if you make more than $360,000 a year, you're going to get a benefit from this break, right? And so then if you're a homeowner of nice properties or whatever, or, hey, I can afford a $700,000-$900,000 home. That's me, right? I make more than 360. Well, buddy, we're going to tax you now at the county level. We know for a fact that they extended your tax cuts.
The Trump cabinet meeting,
and you probably got better tax cuts, and you get your SALT. Now you've got state income, like your state income taxes and stuff. There's always someone there to take that money.
It is on the feed already. Just kind of scroll down to 10:51 a.m. Eastern time, or alternatively,
here we go. Here's Trump
on the economic
voice news disconnected.
And we have a tremendous group of people here that have done a great, unified, beautiful job. I want in particular, because of what she's gone through this last few days.
Hold on here. Really,
Texas.
Really low volume here.
There was the first person I saw on television was you, actually. And you've worked great with the governor, who's terrific. And you might want to tell a little bit about the trials and tribulations, but we appreciate the job that you and everybody have done. You had people there as fast as anybody's ever seen, so really appreciate it. We all do, and maybe you could say a few words.
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your leadership. Texas is strong. And the people of Texas are incredibly strong. They've gone through something that is absolutely horrific. And it is heartbreaking to watch these families suffer the way that they are. As soon as this flash flooding event happened, you know, the governor has activated his emergency responders. Nim Kidd is his emergency management director, who is incredible, and has immediately worked with the local first responders to get help to individuals and get them evacuated. Put requests into me. We deployed, sir, right away, as you know, because you and I were talking a lot during this time, the Coast Guard. We also had some assets out of Customs and Border Protection. Our BORTAC teams went in and helped with rescues and clearing debris so that we could get roads open and people get the help that they need. I think when I got there the most, sir, that day, as soon as I arrived on site, was getting a briefing from all the emergency responders, was just how unified they were in focusing on the fact that we're there to save lives. They were there to rescue people, find people who were still alive, and to reunify them with their family members. We as a federal government don't manage these disasters. The state does. We come in and support them, and that's exactly what we did here in this situation. FEMA went to an enhanced level immediately. But
I'm ship posting on this this YouTube thing.
Disaster declaration, we were able to get them resources and dollars right away, just like you envisioned, through state block grants to help them with cleanup. And we're still there in presence, and FEMA's been deployed, and we're cutting through the paperwork of the old FEMA, streamlining it much like your vision of how FEMA should operate, and it's been a much better response to help these families get through this terrible situation. We still are looking for people. We're still looking for a lot of little girls and other family members that were camping along that river, and they will continue until they find every single person, and we will continue to help them and assist in that. I was surprised when I got there at the camp that day, right after this happened, the parents that were there, the parents that were looking for their children and picking up their daughter's stuffed animals out of the mud and finding their daughter's shoe that might be laying in the cabin, and just hugging and comforting people matters a lot. I'm extremely grateful for God's hand in that whole situation, because hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people were saved. And this is a time for all of us in this country to remember that we were created to serve each other. God created us to take care of each other. And that when we do that, we are happier, we are more fulfilled, and we can walk alongside people on their worst day and help them get through it and come out the other side, knowing that we can continue to live a life that God has purposed for us. So they're grateful for you. Several times the day after the flooding, you and Melania were on the phone with me, and I want to thank you for that. And that meant the world. I was able to tell many of those folks that I had been visiting with you and that you had said, whatever they need, Christy, let's deploy it and get it down there and be helpful. And on Sunday, when the families were waiting at a church to identify their children's bodies, Franklin Graham and I called in and prayed with the families and read some scripture with them, and he was incredible in making himself available to that as well. We'll be back down there in a couple of days and continue to do all we can, but this is an unprecedented event. It really is. There's been tragedies like this around the country, but everyone is unique in different situations, and the response the federal government had supporting the state through this, I'm proud of the people that stepped up and immediately came. The Coast Guard, when they came in, they had a difficult time even getting the aircraft in and landed. They had to try several times in the weather to get it in and deploy, and I think we've heard about, our one Coast Guard member that was responsible for saving over 165 people, but that entire crew did incredible work. And all the first responders there did incredible work. And I know people are getting tired now, but they're getting reinforcements and volunteers are showing up. And I just want to commend the governor and his team for being the leaders. And they're so thankful that you're letting them make the decisions and manage the response like it should be. And then us supporting them with the resources.
Who is this person that's speaking?
Deployed dollars to the state, much like the block grants that you've talked about.
Right.
So they're grateful for that, sir.
There's never been a wave like this outside of the breaking of a dam. Because this was almost a wave that ended up being 30 feet high, more actually. Now with the dam, you can understand it.
Just a note here, we're coming to 12 o'clock where buyers or sellers step into the market.
It's not a pretty sight. It wipes out
Right here, 12 p.m.
everything that built up so fast
We've been selling since 10 a.m. with no new lows,
over the years, but not to this.
just closing gaps.
But tell them when you met the father who was picking up the daughter's clothing. And
I had walked through
so
the
sad.
cabin where all the little girls died, and I had kind of fallen apart in there. But I walked out of the cabin, and a gentleman was standing there, and he said, "That man over there."
Prior high, new high.
So I walked over to him and I hugged him and I said, "Do you work here?" And he said, "No, my little girl was in that cabin." And he said, "And I just found her best friend about an hour and a half ago. She had passed away." And he just fell apart. And so then we just hugged and talked for probably an hour about that. But then there was the grandpa was there looking for his granddaughter as well. There was a dad there of one of the counselors. The counselor was alive, but she was dealing with the fact that she had hung on to some of these girls and was trying to keep them out of the floodwaters and had gotten hit by something and had lost two of the girls and wasn't able to hang on to them and was going to live the rest of her life thinking about that moment when she wasn't able to hang on to these girls. But these parents were picking up their kids' belongings out of the mud and throughout the camp and putting them in bags. And then one of the dads said, "I knew 50 of these girls here." So I knew that was her dress and my daughter's friend's dress. So he was picking it up and putting it in a bag to return to her parents. And so it was and then the director was there comforting everybody who had lost his father the night before too. And he was still there trying to facilitate all of these parents grieving their children and find them. So the strength of people is incredible. One of the things that I asked there that day was that they all have escorts or counselors when parents come in. So from that point, that when they came into the camp, that they have somebody with them when they're going and looking for their children's belongings or looking for their children. And so very emotional, but also just so tragic.
Texas and the governor has been obviously very good for years with me, but the relationship with Texas and their first responders and us with our first responders and lots of other people, and we brought in a lot of helicopters from all over, and we had a lot of helicopters. It was actually dangerous, a lot of helicopters up there, but they were real pros and they were responsible for pulling out a lot of people, and we got them there fast, and Texas had some good ones too. But the response has been incredible, and the fact that we got along so well, I don't know, that's not, I don't even think that's a political thing, but we got along so well, and it was so unified. I think a lot of lives have been saved. That could have been as bad as it was, and you could have lost double or triple. This thing was just really horrible. Well, congratulations on the great job.
12:30.
And I'll be going down on Friday with First Lady. She will be taking a trip, and we don't want to get
12:30.
because that's what happens. The president goes and everyone's around focused on. I don't want anyone to focus on us, but it's possible they could have somebody saved still. There's a lot of areas. It's a big area, and probably unlikely at this point, but there could be. I mean, they're thinking there could be the possibility, but what a tragic situation. A good job, and we'll see you on Friday, and we'll finish out the day here.
Let's see if we can keep it positive here.
I think you've been reading a lot about it's a terrible topic when you talk about financial after this, but we have it's a terrible topic when you talk about financial after this, but we have a big country and we've been doing very well. The tariffs, as you know, are starting to come in at record levels. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in to our country. We never did that before. We're not used to it. We only have tariffs going out to our country. We never did that before. We're not used to it.
I'm going to speed this up for a minute here.
We only
Catch up to real time.
Who charge us tremendous tariffs because we were led by stupid people or people without any business sense. And I'd like to ask Scott, you could maybe talk a little bit about how well we're doing with regard to the money coming in. And the big money will start coming in on August 1st. I think it was made clear today by the letters that were sent out yesterday and today. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. We will have taken in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariff, the major tariff not having started until the second quarter. So we could expect that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CDO scoring, but for those who do, the CDO scored tariff income over the next 10 years at $2.8 trillion, which we think is probably low. And sir, under your leadership, we're witnessing.
And they gave us no credit during this last little, the great, big, beautiful bill. I always use the word great. I add that to it because it really is what it is. It's never been anything like it, actually. And I want to thank all the Republicans that voted for it. And I want to, scold the Democrats because they're voting for tax cuts. They're voting for no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and many, many other things far more important than that. Great health care, and frankly, every Democrat should lose their election because it was purely political vote. They were told not to vote for it. So think of it: we got 218-2, and then with the Senate we had 50-3. Democrats didn't vote at all. Not one positive vote. With all of the good things in there, economic development money, tremendous border money. Now you're loaded up on the border, and I don't think we're going to need so much of it because we had zero come in last month, so I'm not sure how much of it we want to spend. You may think about that. You may actually think about saving a lot of money because the wall's been largely built, and it obviously worked. But you may want to think about that. But so. I think it's incredible when I watch the Democrats, and they have standard lines like they had Russia, Russia, Russia. They had the laptop from hell. It all came from Russia. They make things up and they go with it, and they feed it to you people in many cases. And they said, "Here's a line," and I hear the new line is death.
Watch out for this liquidation break down below.
It's nothing to do with that. In fact, we're saving our country. Death is from allowing 25 million people into our country, of which 3 or 4 are stone cold, hard criminals. 11,888 are murderers, many of them committing more than one murder. That's death, and the Democrats did that. Joe Biden did that by allowing people to come in here, just totally unchecked, unvetted, open borders, open borders. The whole world was dumped into our country from prisons, from gangs, from mental institutions. We have many people walking the streets, walking in areas that we don't know anything about, that came out of insane asylums. They released their the insane asylum population into our country, and it's amazing the job that you and Tom Homan are doing, by the way, on that. But we have to get them out, and we have no choice. We have to get them out, and we are getting them out. And so Pete, you want to tell them about our great military and how well we did with respect to the bombers and the B-2? We had the pilots here 2 days ago, and they were incredible people. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Truly a historic mission, and demonstrated the skill and courage of the United States military. From those B-2 pilots and families that we had a chance to meet, sir, to the fighter pilots, to the refuelers, to the maintainers, to the air defenders who defended the base. What was demonstrated on the world stage was American military might and capability. And it wasn't just Fordo and Esfahan and Natanz that took notice in Iran. It was the rest of the world, that we have a decisive commander-in-chief willing to use these capabilities, which are the best in the world. As the president pointed out, no one else could have done what America did there on that night, and everyone took notice of that. With the One Big Beautiful Bill, sir, we've got $150 billion additional to invest in Golden Dome and all the other weapons systems and stockpiles and shipbuilding priorities of yours. Another month, another historic recruiting bump. It's not just the Army and the Marine Corps anymore, it's the Navy, the Air Force, and the Space Force, all historically ahead of where they've ever been. So historic spirit inside the military. We had a chance to be at NATO, Marco and I, and see how the world responds to us saying it's time for you to shoulder the burden and take the lead for your continent. It only happens with President Trump leading, and we're proud to be a part of what's going on at the border, sir, with now a fourth national defense area where we're helping get to that number 0 and securing the border. But that mission, Operation Midnight Hammer, re-established deterrence. It reversed what happened in Afghanistan. You saw the debacle of what Biden allowed to happen in Afghanistan and what that did to our image. President Trump said, with Operation Midnight Hammer, we're reestablishing American leadership and deterrence, and we're proud to be a part of it, sir.
And our so-called enemies were watching. They watched every minute of it. They watched. There was very few people that weren't watching, actually, but they watched every minute. It was a perfect military performance, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, if you compare that to the same country, the hostages from years ago, Jimmy Carter, it was unfortunate for Jimmy Carter. He was a nice man, but with the helicopters going down, the sandstorms, the prisoners, they got captured, then the election and the prisoners and Reagan and all the problems. It was nothing but problems. And that was a failure. And ours was not only the pilots, I mean, those machines flew for 37 straight hours. They didn't stop. They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. They dropped the bombs and somebody said, skedaddle. Let's get the hell out of here. And every bomb hit its mark and hit it incredibly. And as you know, the Atomic Energy Commission said it's gone. That place is gone. We had a lot of fake reporting, mostly from CNN, where the scammer writer, a writer for CNN, who should be fired, by the way, she was involved with the 51 fake intelligence agents, if you remember that. She did that story, created a story out of it. She created a story out of the laptop from hell, saying it came from Russia, but it actually came from Hunter Biden's bedroom, or worse. Just a scammer, and she's still at CNN, which is pretty amazing. But we'll ask you a question about her. But they came up with this concept that maybe the attack wasn't that good. Maybe it, and I saw it happen right after the attack. I saw this person on CNN. I like to watch the enemy. You learn from the enemy. And I watch, because you have to know where they're coming from. And I watched her say, Anderson, you know, I'm hearing stories that maybe they didn't hit their target. Maybe it wasn't that good a hit. And they were hearing stories. The next day it was a little more, and the next day a little more. After 3-4 days, she was saying, you know, I don't know. I don't think it was that, except by that time everybody knew it was hit perfectly. The evidence is in the planes. The evidence, the pilots are their best evidence. But they actually came out of their plane, because they were here the other day, and they said, it was so sad. We did such a good job. We flew into very dangerous airspace. I'll never forget, we were in the Situation Room, and they said they have entered Iranian airspace, and everyone took a deep breath, because they had more missiles pointed at them, but the equipment is so good, it's stealth, way up in the air, and it was stealth, and they went right through that, and they sort of, by the time they found out they were there, they were already gone. That was the word skedaddle, get the hell out of here. But they were right in the most dangerous airspace in the world, and they took those big, beautiful, very fast, they're unbelievable planes. I mean, they become really beautiful works of art. You know, I always thought they sort of were cool, but now they look better than just cool, don't they, huh? But they dropped the loads, and literally they would hit, if you look at this table, from here to there, they had a half a refrigerator door is the way to best explain it. Take a refrigerator door, average size, cut it in half. That was their target. They hit every single one. Then we had 30 missiles, Tomahawk, shot from submarines 300 miles away. Every one of them hit their target. It was a perfect mission. Then they came back, almost 37 hours. Every plane worked perfectly. The mechanics were here too. I said, you got to get the mechanics here. We didn't have any problems. If you remember, they had a lot of problems with the helicopters, but they did fly through a dust storm, which they shouldn't have done. Sometimes you say, let's go back and try it on a nicer day. Dust and sand don't work well with helicopters if you know much about helicopters, but that was a horrible embarrassment to us. Then we had Afghanistan, which I think was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, and we would have gotten out. I was the one that got them down. I would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which right now is controlled by China, one among the most powerful runways in the world, thick with concrete and steel. Anything could land, and right now they were 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. I was keeping it. Outside of that, we were leaving, and I would have been out faster than them, but we would have gotten out with strength and dignity. Instead, that was the most botched up mess I've ever seen. They left all that equipment behind, and every year they have a parade running down some third-rate street with the equipment. You know, it's supposed to be Fifth Avenue. It doesn't work. But with all that equipment that they left, they should have taken every ounce of it. I was taking every ounce. I said every screw, every bolt, every nail you take out of there. And Millie said, I remember one time, sir, we're better off leaving the equipment. Why? Well, it's cheaper. I said, cheaper? You mean it's cheaper to leave a $150 million airplane rather than flying it into Pakistan or India or someplace, or just flying it straight home? It's cheaper. Yes, sir. That's when I knew he was an idiot. Didn't take long to figure that one out. But they left all that equipment, but they left their dignity behind. It was the most embarrassing moment, in my opinion, in the history of our country. Not that we got out. We should have not been there, but that we got out the way we got out, with great embarrassment and death. You had 13 young people. I've gotten to know their families very well, but you had hundreds of people killed that nobody talks about. You had the other side. Many people were killed. Many people are walking around with no legs, no arms from that whole thing. They left from the wrong airport. They should have left from Bagram, because Bagram was a big base with hundreds of miles of fencing and territory around it. Nobody would be able to get near it. And they left. So, we've done a great job. And I think people are really starting to see it. They're starting to appreciate it. Pete's done fantastically. That mission was a work of art. And I have spoken to some of our perceived, I don't know if they're enemies, but they're perceived as being potential enemies. And they essentially said the same thing. Very impressive. There wasn't a thing that we didn't lose an engine. We didn't lose it. They landed and they were cheered. But the sad thing was they were cheered, and one of the pilots said, we were a little concerned because when we got out, we were told that on television they were reporting that we may have missed our targets. Sir, we hit every target. That's what I do for a living. We hit every target. In fact, when the bombs hit, a yellow haze came over the horizon that I've never seen before. It just lit up the whole horizon, brighter than the sun. It was like looking into the sun. He goes, we hit our target, because you know what that was exploding. And but they were a little downbeat because they listened to that fake CNN reporting and the fake New York Times. They worked together to try and say that it wasn't perfect. They couldn't say they missed. All they could say is, maybe it wasn't perfect. And you ought to fire that reporter immediately. You should fire her. Real fake. And so I just want to congratulate those pilots. And a lot of people don't like bringing things like that up. I do. I always like confronting, because otherwise the public doesn't know that you're a bunch of crooked people. But they know, they've learned, and the media has to straighten out their act. The media is down to 17% approval. You got to do a little better than that. It's important for the country that you do better. I think they ought to make a lot of changes. I think changes are going to be made to the media, but it's hard to have a really successful country if you have a corrupt media, and we really have a corrupt media. And nobody really knows why. I mean, why would you want to have open borders and criminals pouring into our country? Why would you want to have men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone, you know? You'll have to figure that out. But some of you don't. I mean, I'm looking at some people, they love the country, but I look at other people and they can't. But we were really proud of our military. It was, and the people that maybe don't like us or want to play games with us, because I think that had you not had the situation in Afghanistan, I don't think Putin would have gone in. I think when Putin looked at how stupid and incompetent that operation was, he said, wow, this might be a chance. And we're dealing with him now too. We're not happy with Putin. I'm not happy with Putin. I can tell you that much right now, because he's killing a lot of people. And a lot of them are his soldiers and their soldiers, mostly. And it's now up to 7,000 a week. And I'm not happy with Putin. Okay, any questions? Yes.
Yes, sir. You just said you're not happy with Vladimir Putin. Is there anything that you plan to do to act on that feeling of unhappiness?
Well, I wouldn't be telling you. Don't we want to have a little surprise? You know, one of the things we did with the attack is that, and you asked that question, I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in a rude because I'm looking at some of these crooked people up here, so I'm rude, but your question was asked very nicely. But one of the things we did is we went over every fact. We wanted to get every fact straight. We wanted to have the distance straight, the number of pilots straight. Everything had to be correct, because we want to be, this was a very important mission. If we failed on this mission, it was beyond the war that, you know, obviously we had with Iran and Israel, and a lot of...
You had a war with Iran?
Years of hatred, centuries of
You
hatred.
had a war with Iran.
People have never seen anything like it. So we wanted to be correct with all our facts. So, you know, what I was doing is just asking, it would be great if the media would be correct with their facts. That's all we ask for. So go ahead. So finish it up.
Oh, yes. Just sort of turning back to Russia, if there's anything that you would signal about your displeasure with them.
Well, look, I'm very unhappy with them. There's no reason for this. It's turned out to be tougher, but it's only tougher. And I will say the Ukrainians were brave, but we gave them the best equipment ever made. We gave them the anti-tank busters that knocked out tanks. I mean, you just aim them in the direction of the tank and the tank is gone. We gave them missiles, the latest and the greatest. They were able to shoot down a lot of things that would have normally wiped out. You know, probably would have been a very quick war. It would have been a war that lasted 3-4 days, but they had the benefit of unbelievable equipment. And Europe gave them to. We gave them far more, because Biden shouldn't have done that. He should have equalized. We should have given him the same, or we should have given actually less than Europe. It affects Europe much more than us, but we're in there for over $300 billion. Europe's in there for over $100 billion, but still, Europe gave a lot. And I will say this, the Ukrainians, whether you think it's unfair that we gave all that money or not, they were very brave, because somebody had to operate that stuff. And a lot of people I know wouldn't be operating it. They wouldn't have the courage to do it. So they fought very bravely. But we gave them the best equipment in the world. We make the best military equipment by far. There's nobody close. You look at other equipment from other countries, it's not even close. That's why everybody wants to buy our equipment. And that's why we're going to step up these contractors now that make it. And they're brilliant, but they make it too slowly. And we have to step them up, Pete, and let them make it at a much higher rate. Unfortunately, we have to do that. But if you look at our Patriots, if you look at our Tomahawks, if you look at our, well, what we do with tanks is, you wouldn't want to be driving a tank. You would feel nice and secure. But they are javelins, they're called. And I gave them the javelins. Remember, they said Trump gave the javelins and Obama gave them sheets, right? They called Obama at that time. Barack Hussein Obama, if you haven't heard, did a terrible job. But that was a war that should have never happened, and a lot of people are dying.
He's like the most benign president there's been.
we get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be...
It's like full-on benign.
Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move
I'm
that
looking
down?
at it, yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passing and passed a Senate
Hold on one second. I'll be right back, guys. I'm smelling something burning here. Hold on.
bill. It's totally at my option. They passed it totally at my option, and to terminate totally at my option. And I'm looking at it very strongly.
Yesterday you said you want to see more.
Go ahead, please.
The Council of Economic Advisors released a new report saying that imported goods have actually decreased in price from December
I know, it's not
through
amazing.
March. Well, my question is,
With the tariffs.
the Fed chairman keeps saying that tariffs are going to cause price increases.
Are we
the prices just not
Chairman
passed
of the
through?
Fed?
Yes, exactly.
Well,
Are the
you
prices,
do a better job than him.
Are the prices just not passed through yet?
No, I think what's happening is everything's evening out. You know, when we charge, see, what people don't understand, the other countries have been charged, almost every country charges us tariffs. We had deficits with everybody for years, for decades. And we were like this big monolith that made bad deals with everybody. We rebuilt South Korea, we stayed there. It's okay, we rebuilt it, and we stayed there. And they pay us very little for the military. I got them to pay billions of dollars, and Biden then canceled it when he came in. I said to South Korea, as an example, we give you free military, essentially, very little. And I think you should pay us $10 billion a year. And they went crazy. But they agreed to 3. So I got 3 with a phone call. And I was satisfied. I said, but next year we have to talk. And then we had a rigged election, and we never got to talk. And you know what Biden did? They probably went to him and they said, listen, Trump treated us terribly, and we shouldn't be paying anything. And he cut it down to nothing. So that's what happens. It's ridiculous. That's the other thing. We're talking to countries about contributing to the military, not only just paying more in NATO, but contributing. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in Germany, 52,000 actually. And, that's a huge economic development for them. That's tremendous amount. That's like having a city. It's tremendous money for them, and it's a tremendous loss for us. So we're talking, in a very nice way, we're talking to them about it. It's very unfair. We supply the militaries to many very successful countries. I mean, South Korea is making a lot of money, and they're very good. They're very good, but, they should be paying for their own military.
President Trump, I'll ask you a question about Jerome Powell as well, and then a question to the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, and then I have a question for the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, who you've been pressuring to lower interest rates, he's facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime about the opulent.
He should resign immediately. We should get somebody in there that's going to lower interest rates.
Do you want congressional Republicans?
Why don't you call for his resignation?
Do you want congressional Republicans to investigate and pursue?
Okay
and
with
punish?
me. I think he's terrible. I think, look, we're paying, I call him Too Late. T-O-O, Too Late, like Too Tall Jones for the Dallas Cowboys, right? Too late. He's always late. But he wasn't late with Biden before the election. He was cutting him like crazy. It didn't help too much, did it? But he was cutting him like crazy before the election with Kamala and Biden. He was trying to get them in, I guess. I don't know. He was recommended by somebody that worked for me. I like you better.
If I could ask the Attorney General a question too, President.
Sure.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the staff?
Yeah, sure. If
Hey,
I
Pam,
could,
could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second?
All right. Did I miss anything?
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing.
Oh, God.
Definitively, the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was.
We're on Twitter, bro.
Night.
Pam Bondi, I'm on Twitter, bro. I get my information from Twitter.
The video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Like, I can't believe it.
Is the deadline. What
SPY squeezing higher now, trading 621.87 with a target to the upside of 622.64. Squeezing higher now.
That's what we're paying. A statement was put out today.
Keep on going.
Just to make it clear, it wasn't a change.
There is a peak right here.
It don't change very much. Every time we put out
this one right in here.
Make a change. A clarification, maybe. No, August.
Watch out for a pullback in here.
And everybody pays. Everybody has to pay. And the incentive is that they have the right to deal in the United States. If they don't want to, they don't have to pay, and they don't have to deal here. But if they want to buy and make a lot of money and sell in the United States.
God.
If you go back.
Like, you can just tell that, like,
some of the.
This, like, Pam Bondi's like, I just spend my whole day on fucking X all day long and just scrolled. I just doom scroll all day long.
It was an all-tariff country.
I prepare all my cabinet meeting responses based on what's said on X.
So much money, we didn't know what to do with it. We had, we had very, very strong. McKinley, I guess, more than anybody.
Oh, God.
But he was very, very strong.
When your cabinet is fucking scrolling like fucking X all day long. Like, that's what I do all day long, bro. I scroll X.
Vice president, and he spent the money. And they said Roosevelt was a great president. And let's say he was a great president, but the money was.
Ooh.
Tariffs are charged by other countries at levels that are ridiculous. And I call those other countries, and every one of them is willing to give us everything now, by the way, just so you know. Sir, we'll charge you no tariffs, nothing. We'll give you everything. We'll give you access to our markets. We'll give you everything. Is that a correct statement, Scott?
Yes, sir.
Howard, would you say that's a correct statement?
Exactly correct.
It's like they just don't, because they're very spoiled, because for years they ripped us off and we didn't have a president that understood it, or Secretary of Treasury or Secretary of a lot of different secretaries are involved, but certainly Commerce Secretary was, not doing their job. I don't know about Kelly. She's small business. We'll keep it that way, okay? Her small business is bigger than almost all big businesses when you add it all up.
Let's talk about J.D. Vance and how he said he was going to drain the swamp with Epstein, though, Pam.
Is that they have the right to do business. Without that, they don't have the right to do business. And that would be okay, too.
Will there be a flurry of deals? You're here in the next 24 hours. Will we hear a flurry of deals?
We have a lot of them going out. But the deals are mostly my deal to them.
Like Vance is hiding in the corner in the crack of a couch.
We don't want to hurt them. And fair.
He's like, just keep me out of this conversation.
A number that's lower than, in most cases, lower than what they charged us. But it's amazing when you've paid all this money for years and they get one president that's a little bit different and a little tougher on this subject, and they're willing to drop everything they've been charging us for years and years. I mean, we have countries going, we will have you don't have to pay any tariff to come in and do business. They're giving us total access to their countries. They gave us no access to the country. They say, well, you cannot go into our country. Okay, good. Now we will give you total access and you don't have to pay any tariffs. but please don't charge us tariffs. And we don't like that deal. So the letters I send out are, we have made some deals. We can make a lot more deals. It's just too time consuming. It just makes it more complicated. And we can do things over the years too. You know, we're not hard line, but it's about time the United States of America started collecting money from countries that were ripping us off and laughing behind our back at how stupid we were. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President, on the tariff issue, so you've talked about India coming, but then a couple days ago you issued a new tariff threat to members of the BRICS countries for if they aligned with anti-American policies.
10% charge.
That would be India, Brazil, Russia,
They have to pay
South Africa.
10% if they're in BRICS. Because BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting a 10% charge.
Is that immediate, sir? Or
Yeah,
is that
pretty soon.
if they engage in some behavior?
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're going to have to pay 10% tariff just for that one thing. And they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, you know, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up. But, you know, there are a couple that hang around, but I thought it largely broke up. BRICS is not, in my opinion, not a serious threat. But what they're trying to do is destroy the dollar so that another country can take over and be the standard. And we're not going to lose the standard at any time. If you have a smart president, you will never lose the standard. If you have a stupid president like the last one, you would lose the standard. You wouldn't have the dollar as you. And if we lost the world standard dollar, that would be like losing a war, a major world war. We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you ever hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way, okay? And I'm just saying, if people want to challenge it, they can, but they're going to have to pay a big price. And I don't think any of them are willing to pay that price.
Does that jeopardize?
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you optimistic about reaching a tariff deal with the European Union soon?
Well, the European Union has been speaking to us, Ursula and the whole group, and they've been very nice. They treated us very badly until recently. Now they're treating us very nicely. It's like a different world, actually. They've treated us very badly. They were among the toughest to deal with. Actually, in many respects, they were much worse than China. Look at what they do to our companies. They sue Apple, they sue Google. 17 billion they got from Apple on a lawsuit that they didn't have a case. They have, you know, judges that are European Union judges, and they ruled. They take so much money away from our country in terms of that, in terms of other things that they do. They're very tough, but now they're being very nice to us, and we'll see what happens. We're probably 2 days off from sending them a letter. We are talking to them. I just want you to know, a letter means a deal. You know, a lot of people say, we got 200 countries. We can't meet with 200 countries. We have a few trusted people that know what they're doing, that are doing a good job, but you can't do it. You have to do it in a more general way, but it's a very good way. It's a better way. It's a more powerful way. And we sent them a letter. You read the letter. I think it was well crafted. And mostly it's just a little number in there. You'll pay 25%, 35%. We have some at 60, 70. Those are ones with massive, you know, where we have massive trade deficits because they've treated us very badly. But I would say in every case, I'm treating them better than they treated us over the years. Don't you agree with that? I do. I could have done much. I could have been much harsher. I don't want to do that. We want to have relationships, but in every case, they treated us far worse than I'm treating them.
There's no fucking deals, dude. There's literally no fucking deals. Like,
that's why
nobody cares. The only thing people cares about is put the fucking tariffs on.
Just so you know, when I got in, everyone said, "Oh."
Like, there's still no fucking deals. Literally, there are no fucking deals. Like, just fucking.
I didn't know about eggs, but eggs went up about 5 times. You did a fantastic job, and
like, do a fucking trade deal. Just do it. Talking about that shit. We talking about, but this is like the Gyna deal.
for the Easter egg.
Like the fucking trade deal on, trade deal off. This is the same shit the last presidency.
Lower than it was before. We did a good job with eggs, but we did a good job with groceries. Our prices are down in this country. A big part of it's oil. The oil. You had a couple of places last week. You had $1.99 for oil for gasoline. Nobody thought they'd see that. I want to get it lower if I can, but we've done a good job. You've done a very good job. Do you want to say a couple of words about that, you and Chris, about what's happening with energy?
Well, absolutely, but I would say on the pricing side, President Trump, the fact that you've endorsed and supported a policy of energy dominance, that sends a signal to the market that we're going to have more supply. You talked during the campaign about inflation being a country buster. You've broken in the back of inflation.
CPI for groceries have gone up. He's kind of fudging that.
No inflation.
And we've got, and then heading into the 4th of July, these were the lowest gas prices at the pump in 4 years. And again, for Americans, this is like
oil and gas are typically low right now into right now.
The price of gas at the pump, but when we lower,
we should look at CL today.
It lowers the price of food. It lowers the price of the clothes you wear.
It's the biggest thing.
It's the biggest thing.
It's like,
just let's take a quick look over here at this.
Every
right here, just so you can see this. Sellers here, sellers here.
And we've gotten it down much.
Coming back in again down here.
Great low prices, everything else. When the election turned over, I'm trying to be nice about it. It turned over, shockingly, but nevertheless it happened. Energy started going up, and it went up really bad, and then he went back to the Trump policy.
I'm going to look at CL right now.
And he lost it. He lost that sucker. That big sucker was out of control, and his energy prices went way up, and that's what caused it. But it was also stupid spending.
CL's looking great right now.
They used to use the term drunken sailors, but I won't use that term. Although it is very descriptive, I won't use that term. I refuse to use it. But they spent money at levels that nobody had ever seen before. And
is Trump now reading Wolf Richter?
Greatest scam in the history of our country, other than maybe Russia.
He just called them drunken sailors. Is he like reading Wolf Richter every day?
In the history of our country, and continue.
Fucking oil looks great right now.
It's hobbling along because people are finally getting it, but they spent trillions of dollars on the Green New Scam, getting nothing for it. Devised by a couple of young people that weren't even good college students, you know? Not even good students. Check out their marks. Yeah?
No,
not for CNN.
Not for CNN.
Go ahead.
In the last jobs report, Mr. President, in the last jobs report, the manufacturing jobs actually lost 7,000 jobs. When will the investments that you've been talking about have an effect on manufacturing?
They're building the plants now. About 7 have started. We're going to have hundreds started within a short period of time. Lee Zeldin, who may be the most important man in this room, I'm sorry, but he's the one that gets the permits, whereas he's the one that has to get the permits for the plants and the factories, and permits that used to take 5 years, he's getting in record-setting times. AI, we're leading China a lot in AI, and if we go with this, you know, I'm allowing the plants to build their own electric.
The Dilly doesn't look good on it.
An electric utility. So they can produce their own electricity, because we need double the to be successful with AI, which is the biggest thing.
No.
We need double the electricity that we have, which is hard to believe. We need even more than that. And they're building plants.
I bet you it gets one more low.
They don't have to use the grid. And anything they build extra into the grid. So we're supplying the grid with...
Man, I want to buy oil fucking bad, though.
You know, it's funny, when they came to see me, they never even asked for that. I told them about it. The reason they didn't, they thought that was an impossibility. You're not allowed to build your own electric. These are massive investments that are being made in building electricity for their plants. And they're going to have, I think, Doug, a lot of electricity left over. And that electricity is going to be passed into the grid and give us no more, you know, like you look at California. They have blackouts and brownouts every week. They're totally out of control. They have a really incompetent governor. Where's Chris? Is he here? Do you want to speak to the subject?
Yeah, I think a huge thing in the One Big Beautiful Bill, Mr. President, because of your leadership, is the ending of these subsidies, as you call them, the Green New Scam. That saves our country $500 billion over the next 10 years. But American taxpayers were paying twice. They were paying that money, $500 billion in the subsidies, and they were paying more expensive electricity price. If you subsidize something, you should at least lower the cost of it. But in this case, we were subsidizing something and paying more for it. So the one big beautiful bill had two huge things: ending wasteful spending. Wind, solar, and batteries combined are 3% of U.S. total primary energy. 3%. For $1 trillion, another $500 billion coming. That's just not a good investment, hurting our businesses, hurting our consumers. And the one big beautiful bill also unshackled oil, gas, and coal development in the United States, onshore and offshore. Secretary Burgum has been working tirelessly on how, by getting the government out of the way, private businesses will develop more resources in the United States, lowering costs for American consumers and making much better leverage for the United States to help our allies abroad and reduce the power of our adversaries abroad. So just a huge win in the energy front all around, and I thank you for your leadership.
We're setting records now on energy, and there'll be nothing compared to what they'll be in about a year from now, but we're setting records. And wind is a very expensive form of energy. It's very bad for your beautiful surroundings, the plains and the valleys, and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is a disaster. They're almost exclusively made in China. Not that I have anything against China, because I don't have a great relationship with President Xi, but I asked him, how many wind farms do you have? He makes them, but they don't have a lot of wind farms, I'll tell you, very, very few. And wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half. And you hear noises. And interestingly, in New England, you probably read, where for 50 years they had 2 wells washed up, 50 years. And last summer, they had 14 washed up. Now, I'm not saying that's the wind farm that was built, but maybe it is, right? Probably is. It's tremendously expensive, and it can only be done with subsidy. You know, I know a man that's in that business, and one of the biggest in the world actually runs a company that builds these stupid windmills. And he said, I hate the business because it's the only energy where you need subsidy. He said, energy shouldn't need subsidy. You should make money with energy. So wind. The other one is the solar, those big solar fields. They're taking our farmland. Our farmers are like mortified by it. They hate it. It's very, very inefficient and very ugly too. You know, probably better than a windmill, but you go around and you see all these things that are 3 miles long by 3 miles wide, and you say, what the hell is that? And it's a lot of plastic from China. It's plastic, black plastic from China. Now, we want to be smart. We're going with, look, China right now is building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. They have 60.
We should build 60 coal-fired plants.
We've reintroduced clean, beautiful coal, because you know you can do a lot with coal now. Clean, beautiful coal, and natural gas, and all of the other things that we have. But we don't want wind, and we don't want solar, because they're a blight on our country. They hurt our country very badly, and smart countries don't use it. Solar sounds good, I will say, and I like, on occasion, you'll see a roof which is made of solar brick, but it's a smaller use. We need the kind of thing that's going to fire up our plants, and it's not going to be wind, you know, that is very intermittent, as you probably know. But they've spent a fortune. They've spent trillions of dollars on this stuff. And I'll just give you one other story. A friend of mine is a very successful guy. He went back to see his mother in Minnesota, hadn't seen her in a long time, and he wasn't back for 10 years, which isn't a nice story.
Yeah.
You don't see your mother for 10 years. She's got some difficulties, which I know the guy, he does have some difficulties. He's very successful, but probably not.
We need more coal plants. We need more coal plants than China.
But he went back and he told me he wanted to go and look at the valley. There's a valley.
We need Americans building iPhones in factories, coal plants across America.
He's driving along the road. He said, oh my, I'll use the word gosh. Oh my gosh. He said, he said it looked like a junkyard. You had 159 windmills. They were all over the place.
Oh, wait a minute. I just got paid $1 billion from this guy over here. We need solar back again.
Different sizes, different colors. Many of them were terminated meaning closed. You can't take them down because the environmentalists don't let you bury the blades because they're made out of a fiber they say is bad for the earth. So they want you to put them up, but they don't let you take them.
I'm actually a fairly big proponent of nuclear power. Why are we not talking about that? No one ever wants to talk about nuclear. They're like, we don't talk about that one.
Pile of junk. And you go into a wealthy neighborhood. Before you get there, you have to ride through hundreds of windmills that are, most of them are turned off. They're rotting, they're rusting, they're 30 years old, 20 years old. And they have a very short life. You know, those windmills have a very short life, especially the ones that are in the nice salty Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean, where the salt just gets under that steel and decimates it. No,
I don't know if that. I don't think I'm a fan of wind power myself. From like, I think some places appropriate, like he was saying, like solar's bad. Like you can go through like parts of Wyoming, like there's. A lot of Wyoming is beautiful. A small portion of Wyoming is beautiful, but a whole bunch of it could be great for wind. There's desert all over the place that's great for solar.
Horrible.
These are inhabitable places. But I'm really a fan of nuclear power. And I'm actually a fan of oil.
We're not smart. We're brilliant.
But for lubricants, you know, for the stuff that we really need it for. It's like I'm pro oil, pro coal, but not in the context of like let's dig it all up and let's drill it all and right now. Like plastics and lubricants took us out of basically the pre-industrial age. But I don't want to see just wanton destruction of that resource either. I want it to last.
He's become a Palestinian. He's abandoned the Jews. But I saw him say,
until we have intergalactic space travel where we can mine another planet for it.
Yeah, that's right. It's Trump's fault.
I think it's a valuable resource that needs to be saved, to be honest with you. But like nuclear power, I think is no-brainer.
Yeah.
Especially today with the technology that we have for nuclear power to be safe, there is safe nuclear power.
And I said, that's a tough one to take.
I'm a firm believer in nuclear power. And I'm actually not anti-coal or oil in any way, shape, or form. I just don't like how we use it or the intent. Like, let's build 60 coal plants is absurd. And the same thing with oil and gas. It should be preserved for the future, you know, 3, 4, 5, 600,000 years. If there was like that kind of an existential threat, is probably if we lose lubricants.
Yes, we're on it.
How critical they are to
I talked to yesterday, Secretary.
Technology today. Then people will say like, oh, what about corn and all that stuff? Or they're developing lubricants. The best lubricants right now are oil-based. So until that changes,
I said, go ahead, handle that.
I think you should preserve it.
Secretary Rollins.
I'm not like anti that stuff. I just don't like the idea of
agriculture. You talked about the Farm Act and the need to get China out of our country, owning farmland. For the viewers at home that might have missed that, can you recap what that means to national security?
I don't think anybody disagrees with this stuff. Like even this right here about farmland being owned by China and stuff.
Secretary Hegseth, Secretary
There's like
and Attorney General Bondi.
The outrage. I don't think a lot of the outrage has to do with particularly some of these points. It's just like how, why, what, where, when, all that kind of stuff.
Owning of farmland in our country is a massive national security issue, and for the media, you can see the yellow is where all of the farms have been purchased over the last number of years, and the red is around all of the military bases where that farmland has been purchased. So this is a massive national security issue. The press conference this morning included 3 of our greatest governors as well, Sarah Sanders from Arkansas, Jim Pillen from Nebraska, and Bill Lee from Tennessee. The states have begun taking a leadership role to ban the purchasing of China farmland. Obviously, Congress needs to step up and catch up, and we're going to be working alongside of them as well. We had some of our members, great members of Congress there, but it is time, and I think that this morning was symbolic of many things. The first of this administration working every day to effectuate President Trump's leadership and unequivocal support of America First. But second,
just a note here that China owns less than 1% of U.S. farmland. They do own Smithfield Farms, which is the largest pork producer
at the U.S.
in the U.S.
On a Tuesday morning when it's about 110 degrees outside, with the sun beating down on us, talking about, sir, you're...
They do own some land. It's smaller than 1%, but they do own land around important U.S. military facilities.
Farms isn't just about protecting our farmers, it's also about national security. So that's what we discussed this morning.
I do want to say that I think we have had a really good relationship with China lately, and we're getting along with them very well. They've been...
And notice a lot of that farmland was bought in 2021 by China.
I hope we're going to have a great relationship. It's a big, strong, powerful country. We're more powerful than they are. We have much better military equipment than they do, but we are getting along with them very well. I'm getting along with President Xi very well. We speak often. And with all of that being said, and I understand what you're saying, but I think we're getting along with China very well.
Mr. President, you have sent more weapons to Ukraine, as you said last night. Last week, the Pentagon paused some shipments of weapons to Ukraine. Did you approve of that pause?
We want to put defensive weapons because Putin is not, he's not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I think that's a question for the
Go ahead.
Mr.
Yeah.
President, on immigration, the Secretary of the Agriculture did say this morning that undocumented workers would not be covered by any amnesty who are working on farms. You had said maybe that the ISA folks won't go after those folks on farms. So which is it?
There's no amnesty. What we're doing is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. Do you want to explain that, please?
Yeah, this morning we talked about, of course, this was a top of mind question. This morning we talked about protecting the farmers and the farmland, but obviously this president's vision of no amnesty, mass deportation continues, but in a strategic way, and then ensuring that our farmers have the labor that they need. Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer has been a leader on this. Obviously this comes out of the Labor Department, but moving toward automation, ensuring that our farmers have that workforce, and moving toward an American workforce. So all of the above.
We've got to give the farmers the people they need, but we're not talking amnesty. Laura, do you want to say something about that?
Thank you, Mr. President. On this, thank you, Secretary Rollins, how important this is never to displace the American worker. What the Department of Labor is doing is focusing on what the law entails now, being more modernized, more streamlining, to work through the H programs. We're going to have a concierge approach to that, where we have developed a new office to answer the need of our farmers and ranchers and producers, and not to displace the American worker, and follow within the law now. And that does not include an amnesty program at all. And we've seen that working, and we'll continue to have that roll out. On the other topics that we've somewhat talked about, the jobs numbers, Mr. President, 4 months in a row, we've seen those jobs numbers increase. That's an exciting time for our manufacturers. That was asked earlier. We know it's going to take some time, but through that deregulation process that Lee and I are working on as well, the Department of Labor has rolled out 63 new deregulations that we're going to be moving through. In the first Trump administration, it was successful with over 30. We've just rolled out 63 new ones in order to double down on those manufacturing companies, to let them know that we have signaled through this process that we will assist them in getting the workforce that they need. It's an exciting time. That one big beautiful bill, that was the signal to my former colleagues in Congress to get this done. It's been an important time. I spent time on the ground visiting 7 states in 9 days prior to that bill being passed, because it was the most pro-worker piece of legislation that we will ever see really in this country right now. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. That matters to the American worker, because we don't want to take their money and give it back. We want them to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets currently, and that's what they're excited about. And as I move forward with this tariff talks, I heard a company, orthopedic company in Indiana, say to me, for the first time since you have taken office, Mr. President, their increase in their bottom line by 8% since these tariff talks have happened. Not one company has said the president is not doing a good job. These tariff talks are working. They're feeling it on the ground. The media has told a false story, because what's happening on the ground is positive, and that's what we're seeing in these jobs numbers. So I really, through the Department of Labor, to come in behind all the secretaries and build this workforce is going to be key to the American worker. So thank you for what everybody did this last week. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a doubling down of this, and we're going to see these workers start to grow. And that apprenticeship program is going to be working.
That's
we'll
right.
have that
It's gonna
million
be great.
apprentices across the country.
We, as you know, we're building plants all over the country now, which you weren't building any plants 4 years ago. You weren't building anything. But those plants, when they open up, it's going to be, you'll see numbers like you haven't seen ever. I don't think in history you'll never see numbers like what we're going to see in the very near future. Many of them are building the plants. Some are just starting right now. You know, it's a brand new administration. But, and they wouldn't be here except for two things. November 5th, the election, and the tariffs. And frankly, I guess the election was more important because of the tariffs. I mean, another person wouldn't have done this. But they're coming in because of the tariffs. They have to, they're not going to pay 25, 30, 40, 50%, 70, and 100%. And we'll be announcing something very soon on pharmaceuticals.
Note that we're coming into pharmaceutical season here.
And after that, they're going to be tariffed if they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs.
So if you can get, listen to this closely here, it's an important one.
At a very, very high rate, like 200%.
If you can get,
we'll give them a certain period of time to get.
Listen closely here, like biotech.
They went to other places.
This is important. This is market specific.
Out of this room allowed it to happen. And I don't allow it to happen. The people in this room don't allow it to happen.
It's like biotech, pharmaceuticals, any of the pharma, biotech stocks or sectors
They're 50%.
are at a low point right now in terms of seasonality.
That's copper.
If you get an announcement from Trump,
and now today we're doing
of higher tariffs on pharmaceuticals and pharmaceuticals blast down anymore from that, entering into that seasonality could be potentially a great trade for July, August, September.
I didn't have much time, but he agreed with me. That's why he's ours.
As a matter of fact, on what he just said there,
You're meeting with Netanyahu again tonight. Is that accurate?
we have health care as all year until December 4th, but biotechs are June 22nd to October 1st.
Treated. I think what they've done to him in Israel.
Pharmaceuticals are August 13th to November 21st.
Prime Minister.
So just looking at those two right there, if you had like a cratering that took place into maybe mid-August, maybe set an alert on a low on pharmaceutical sector.
Gaza is
and if that could trigger that short right now, and then of course come into a mid-season, mid-fall season ramp in those issues.
We're in proximity talks now, and we had 4 issues, and now we're down to 1 after 2 days of proximity talks. So we are hopeful that by the end of this week, we will have an agreement that will bring us into a 60-day ceasefire. 10 live hostages will be released. 9 deceased will be released. We're meeting at the president's direction with all the hostage families to let them know. And we think that this will lead to a lasting peace in Gaza.
And you're doing a good job. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. A lot of hate. You know, it's called long-term hate. But we think we're going to have it solved pretty soon. Hopefully with a real solution, a solution that's going to be holding up.
And can I follow up? This is, I think, the first cabinet meeting since Elon Musk has not been a special government employee, not here anymore. He's now saying he's going to create a third political party. Are you worried about the impact that that could have?
No, I think it'll help us. It'll probably help. Third parties have always been good for me. I don't know about Republicans, but for me.
Are you second guessing any of the cuts that Doge made? Since you
No,
described him as
no.
off the rails
Look,
the other day?
we cut hundreds of billions of dollars with Doge. We could have done it differently. I would have done it differently a little bit, maybe, but it was something that we saved a lot of money. You can always second guess. I guess some of the people in this room maybe would have done it slightly differently, and some would have done it exactly the way it was done. But it was dramatic, and it was important, and we found a lot of things like billions of dollars given to people for environmental protection, where they had $100 in the account, like in Atlanta, Stacy. And then you had another one with 20 billion here, and 20 billion here, and 2 billion here, and 15 billion. And Lee, you might want to mention just a couple of those things. We we really got because of Doge.
At the Trump EPA, the One Big Beautiful Bill was filled with many big beautiful wins for the taxpayer. It delivered a sledgehammer to the Green New scam. Billions of dollars rescinded. So it's a big deal for the American taxpayer who sees money go through pass-throughs that are filled with self-dealing and conflicts of interest. They see unqualified recipients. They see reduced agency oversight, and they want accountability with their tax dollars, and they got it. So in the example of the Stacey Abrams connected NGO, they received $100 in 2023. They got $2 billion in 2024. They had to complete training on how to develop a budget that was put into their grant agreement. They, out of nowhere, started paying a CEO $800,000, a COO $450,000, 22 people making over 150 grand. Out of nowhere, this is tax dollars. So money go through pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, and we lose oversight over it. And you see that it's going to former Biden officials, it's going to former Obama officials, it's going to Democratic donors. And we're not here saying we want to take money from a left-wing NGO and give it to a right-wing NGO. We want to give it back to the taxpayer. This is about us being good stewards of American tax dollars without any apology or regret. That's why President Trump was elected last November, because there were a whole lot of people who maybe they hadn't voted Republican in a long time. Maybe they didn't even vote for President Trump the first time around in 2016, but they're regretting that vote from 2016 and they were making it right in 2024. So the One Big Beautiful Bill gave us the tools to rescind billions of dollars more. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars that'll get wasted per electric vehicle as an example of this money that was going through it. They gave $50 million to a group called Climate Justice Alliance. They say that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. The Biden EPA gave $50 million to a group that says that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. We say that if you're going to spend $1 in the name of remediating an environmental issue, then spend $1 on remediating an environmental issue. We say that we can protect the environment and grow the economy. We want to help grow more baseload power in this country. So why is it that it took this long for this team to get assembled, to be able to fix the mess that we inherited? But gosh, we love showing up at our jobs every single day, first thing in the morning, because all day long we get things done for the American taxpayer. And Congress did its part last week by passing the One Big Beautiful Bill to deliver this accountability and to cut off the Green New scam. So maybe it's a bad day for Stacey Abrams. Maybe it's a bad day for all those well-connected Democrats getting paid off. But you know what? God bless America. Because at the end of the day, President Trump is here, J.D. Vance is here, and the greatest cabinet ever assembled to deliver that much-needed and highly demanded accountability.
That was a very good answer. And that's from the heart. That's from the heart.
On Ukraine, the Ukrainians have asked the International Court to go after Russia for using toxic chemicals in the fight. Germany and Germany and the Netherlands have had intelligence saying that. What does U.S. intelligence believe, and what do you believe about the use of chemical weapons? And would you agree that that's the case for court?
Well, I'd ask John maybe to discuss it if you'd like, John.
Well, Mr. President, obviously chemical weapons, if it's documented and its use, it's illegal. It's against all international laws of armed conflict and treaties. And obviously I can't share in this room with this audience the intelligence that I can share with you privately, but obviously you're not going to stand or allow for any violations of international law by anyone.
That's right. Thank you. Could I ask Sean to Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, former great congressman, very popular, decided to go out and make a couple of bucks. He made a lot. Then he got bored with that, though. He likes serving people better, the people. And could I ask you to just discuss a very important subject to me, and that's the modernization of our equipment at airports so that planes aren't crashing into each other and bad things don't happen. It should have been done many years ago. We were going to do it, and then the election precluded that, unfortunately. But We're doing it now. Could you tell them where we are?
Yeah, if I can start with Newark. You guys all covered what happened in Newark. We had outages for a couple of 30-second outages a couple months ago. We have, in 2 months, Mr. President, it's historic speed, laid new fiber lines for communication.
So we got 12 o'clock moving higher and then sold it back down here.
For the Philly Tracon that controls the Newark airspace, they're up and running, lightning fast speed. June was the most on-time June ever in the history of Newark for air travel. So that's going incredibly well. By the way, we shouldn't have dealt with this because Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg had moved the center from New York to Philadelphia. They didn't test the lines. They didn't do the work, which is what brought us all these problems. But in the big beautiful bill, we got $12.5 billion. This is a historic investment in air traffic control. And so what the money is going to allow us to do is move from copper to fiber all over the country. So new copper lines. We think we can do that in 1.5 to 2 years. We have radar that dates back to the 1950s, some of it from the 60s and 70s. We get brand new radar across the country as well. We have some infrastructure money to build TRACONs and centers, the en route centers that control the traffic across the country. So this is a massive new start to rebuild air traffic control. And again, this is dilapidated. Americans think that their government takes care of them and makes the investments that are necessary to make the country work. And for 30, 40 years, the investments weren't made. And so under your leadership, and direction, we are making those investments, and per your direction, right now we are interviewing what we could call a general contractor or an integrator. One company to manage, it's a massive project. The FAA is not qualified to manage this kind of a project, so we are now going through the process of finding who that one company will be to manage the whole project. We'll interview those companies together and make that selection. So we'll write one big beautiful check to one beautiful company that'll be responsible for this whole build. But if I can just make one last point, this is not enough money. We're going to need more. But this is a massive new start. The biggest investment. We'll need some more money on top of it, but a great start from the big beautiful.
It's a starter. It was very important to us, and just to cover that, there have been accidents, and my pilots, I would often hear them say, "Oh, good," and they would use a different system, a different country to land in New York. They'd use the radar and other things from a different country. I said, "What's that?" He says, "Oh, our system is so bad," and I knew that we were all set to start. And Buttigieg came in, and what they did was so crazy because they hooked it copper into fiber, into steel, they had all different systems. They had hundreds and hundreds of contractors, different contractors for different airports. They spent billions of dollars, and they made the system worse because you can't hook copper into fiber. That doesn't work that way. You just can't do it. It's not doable, but they tried to do it. Didn't work out too well. And in the end, it was just a complete disaster. We want to have one great company. Now, Raytheon's going to bid, IBM's going to bid. We have 5 or 6 bidders that really are good and do this stuff. And we want one, because I know about overruns. I look at the railroad out in California, headed up by one of the worst governors in our country, who I used to get along with actually, but he's just, when you lose 25,000 houses and you would have had your cities burned down. If we didn't step in, Los Angeles would have been burned to the ground. But you look at that, and I said, I really know how to build, and you got to have one guy, one contractor, one great one, whether it's IBM or Raytheon is good, but you have 4 or 5 that are really, really great, and they're all bidding against each other. But you don't want to have one doing the wire and one doing the digging and one doing the demolition and then they're all saying they all blame each other because they're saying they were late and therefore you have to pay me millions of dollars more money. I know the system so well. And we're going to have a great company do the whole thing. We're going to get a fantastic price. Maybe we'll get them, they're very big and very strong, and maybe we'll get them to make a contribution toward getting it done at the right price. But we're going to have a great system. When we finish, we will have the best system on earth done by one of the 2 or 3 best companies. There are only a few companies can do this. This is not. But if you would have seen what this other group did, they were going crazy. They had, I heard 3,000 contractors And then when it all came together, guess what? It didn't work. It's a disaster. So we're going to have in a pretty short period of time, it's going to take us about 2 years to build it, and we'll have a contract given out probably over the next couple of months. We have some great bidders, some great companies that want to do the job. You're going to have great air traffic control.
Can I just make one last point on this? So the last administration signed a contract with an American company to fix the copper to fiber, and that contract was a 15-year contract. The system is failing today, but that's how idiotic and incompetent the last administration was. And under your leadership, we're saying, listen, we don't have time. We don't have 15 years. We don't have 5 years. We have to do it right now. And so the president always talks about on time and on budget. We have embraced that. We are going to be on time and on budget. And by the way, you mentioned a train out in California.
Did he just solicit a bribe?
Probably give us 5 days and you'll have an answer on what's going to happen with the $4 billion that we potentially have invested on a train that's going to go nowhere. It's going to be $120 billion that'll never connect San Francisco to LA. Again, the last administration wasted so much money on projects that never work. If you're going to have high-speed rail, you're going to invest billions, we should actually have high-speed rail in America, not boondoggles that fund political friends and allies and family
They have
members.
from San Francisco, inside of San Francisco to inside of Los Angeles. Should have never been built because airplanes do it better. And you could drive it. You could drive it. No problem with driving it. The roads aren't even crowded. So they were going to do this. Somebody's idea. Somebody got paid off a lot of money and they started it. It was going to cost a very small amount of money. And it ended up costing literally hundreds of times what the original. And now what they did is they said, well, going into the city is too big a deal. So we'll leave it 25 miles short of the city. So now they're leaving it. They're not going to finish it, really. It's not the same project. So now they're leaving it outside of San Francisco and outside, short of each. They just want to get it done, and I've never seen cost overruns. You know, if you have a cost overrun of 10%, you should be ashamed of yourself. 20%, you should not do any more jobs. This is a cost overrun of 2,000%, something like that. It's unlimited, and it's not finished. And maybe it will never get finished. And I told Sean to look at it from every standpoint, but we don't want to, you know, we have federal money going into that, and it's like throwing it out the window. So whatever you can do to stop it.
$15 billion and not one track has been laid. $15 billion and we're 16 years into the project, not one track.
Mr. President,
on New York, you're the most prominent Republican in the country from the city. What do you want to?
Anywhere else?
Well,
I don't want to be a wise guy. Perhaps I can. Maybe Marco.
But how do you want Republican voters in the city to vote in the upcoming mayoral election? Should they vote for Eric Adams? Should they vote for Sliwa? Should they pick someone else?
Look, number one, you have a communist running, and you shouldn't vote for him.
God, a communist.
He's leading. He's got the Democrat nomination because that shows you where the Democrats have gone. He actually wants to take over the grocery stores of John Catsimatidis, who's a great guy, a rich guy, grocer, does a good job, wants to take over. He actually called me the other day. He's concerned his stores are going to be taken from him, and they won't be run like John runs them. Believe me, he runs a good operation. But he actually said he wants to run his own grocery stores. No, this is a man who's not very capable, in my opinion, other than he's got a good line of bullshit, and he's convinced them to go with him. Now, as you know, Cuomo, who does have capability, is running, but he got knocked out, and now they're running as, you have Eric Adams, the current mayor, you have Cuomo.
Yeah, he's talking about Newsom, who's a communist.
Curtis Run.
I don't know. He's like the biggest corpo dem out there. I don't know.
But you know, it's...
If he's a communist, what's AOC? What's Tlaib?
I used to say
terrorists.
Be a socialist country.
We need more names for people.
We're not going to have. If a
no, he was talking about Mamdi, but then he called. He said Newsom's running for president.
Tremendous power.
He's talking about Newsom, and then he switched to Mamdi. Where I'm going back in conversation here.
I mean, we're looking at D.C. We don't want crime in D.C. We want this city to run well. Susie Wiles is working very closely.
He jumped from Newsom to Momdi at some point.
We would,
but before he was like, this guy's running for president. He's a communist, and I'm like, that's Newsom. As a matter of fact, he opened up the door to Newsom, didn't he?
we're thinking about doing it, to be honest.
Like shooting yourself in the foot. God damn it.
That's run flawlessly. And
like Newsom was like, oh, you want me to start running for president? Here we go. I got my platform.
To see if it works. But New York City will run properly.
Which I don't think Newsom had a chance in hell to win. I don't think he even had
we had a bunch of crooked people.
Like a shot in hell to win. I don't think he was even in the contention to be a running for the president. But you know, my whole take on this is completely different than most of you. Like, I think they're all complicit. I think the Democrat, DNC, RNC, I think they're all complicit in this. This is a machine that's moving regardless of who's president. It wouldn't shock me for a minute that Newsom was even picked to be the next president and to be compliant with this course of action. I don't see much difference between any of these people. I know that you guys do in your other lives and stuff. I don't. I see them all as pretty much the same fucking thing. Power, money, money, power, power, money, money, power, money, power. That's been my whole experience in life with these people too. They don't give a fuck. The plebs do. The plebs kill each other over it, right? Like choking each other out. But
also, we're gonna make it great again with
money and power, baby. When you have it, it's
nobody.
You know, there's nothing like it. So.
And I told the story. The king of Saudi Arabia was over there. They gave us 5.1.
It's like it's the biggest cocaine you'll ever have in your life, right? You get to experience things that nobody else gets to experience. That's why we get weirdos and shit, right?
Trillion coming into our country as
they do everything. They do everything we can't do, and then they want to do more, right? They become. It's kind of like the
stuff. Energy.
What is it? SpongeBob when Mr. Krabs is dressed up in leather.
Essentially the same thing.
You know, you're just like, hey, what are you doing, man? He's like, well, I get used to this stuff, right?
And now you
so now I'm into BDSM.
Riding the hottest country. We all, and you can all be proud of it.
You know?
Hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. There's nobody made hotter by some great pilots and great machines. Nobody else has those great, big, beautiful machines. They rode those machines right into the toughest territory.
And like, I don't trust any of these fucking guys. Like, I don't trust any of them. You know, like I think just the stock market is enough to show that they're all doing it. Like they just all do it.
That's why the war ended. The war ended when they saw that it was over, and we're very proud of it. But we have the hottest country in the world right now, from a country that was close to dead. And if I didn't win, if you would have had a person win, we all know who she is, whether it was she or Biden. They're the same. He may have been more competent than her, and that's hard to believe, right? But if you had that ideology in, I don't believe you would have had.
God, these are nose or eye bleeders of days.
It was broken up.
Can they just get like a big down move, big up move? Probably not, right?
Everybody said it. Mr. Vice President, do you have anything to say?
Oh,
Mr. President,
here he is.
I'm very proud of the whole team. I think everybody has worked together. You see Pete and Marco and Steve working on some of the diplomacy, Christy and Pam working on the border. We just have a really, really solid team, and we've done a lot of good work. And in particular, I want to congratulate the White House staff.
I do like the couch fucker meme, though.
Bill passed. I was personally skeptical, sir. I never told you this, but I was skeptical we'd be able to get that thing done by July 4th. We did it because we worked together and we worked very well. So it's an honor to be a part of it, but I'm really proud of you guys for doing a great job.
You can't say that's not a funny ass meme.
It's something for everyone.
That's right.
Most people said it had to be broken into 7 bills. It's so big.
And the puffy face meme, I like that one too.
Nothing for anyone, but they had to be done for the country. You know, sometimes you have to do things for the country that aren't necessarily popular. We had a couple of them, and that wouldn't have worked. So the one big, beautiful bill, many people said it could never be approved. Too big, too everything. Is too much. But it had something very big and very important for everyone, and it's great for the country. And remember, the Democrats have come up with a false narrative, you know, just whatever. It's just a line that they send to everybody and that they print. I think in the case of this, it's death, death. Everyone's going to die. I heard that. Everyone's going to, just the opposite. Everyone's going to live. What we're doing is saving our country and making it much bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was. I'd like to ask, Marco's been doing such a great job. Do you have anything to say?
Well, it's just going through a list here, Mr. President, and I think the Vice President's pointed out to the great team you have, and all these achievements that have happened domestically. But you think about it, under your leadership, we prevented and ended a war between India and Pakistan. NATO's now at 5% for the first time ever, the highest numbers ever. A peace deal between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. A 12-day war that ended with an American operation that we're the only country in the world that could have done. Hopefully, pretty soon, a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The entire Middle East and the infrastructure of it has the potential now to change because of Syria and Lebanon, and it hasn't even been 6 months.
Sure.
It hasn't even been 6 months, so it's a great testament to your leadership in this.
Well, thank you very much, and you've done a fantastic job. Could I just ask Linda, she's involved in so much, she's so talented and so good, and she's working on a couple of little things like Harvard, who was given $5.5 billion over a short period of time. We caught him on that one, it's crazy, but you're working on so much, you want to bring education back to the States. How are you doing?
Well, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. I think on the big, beautiful bill, what we saw, was school choice, that's finally on a national basis at the state level, but there are opportunities now for scholarships, more and more of them for kids who are in failing schools. It's going to be a big turnaround. I think one of the biggest accomplishments we had over the past week was the University of Pennsylvania with the Title IX ruling that Leah Thomas was stripped of her title, Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon and other women who have stood, so strong against men and women's sports. And when you put out the executive order, I mean, that just solidified it and gave them the opportunity. So those are a couple of really, really big wins, and thank you for that opportunity.
And how are you doing with Columbia and Harvard?
We're negotiating hard. I think we're getting close to having that happen. It's not wrapped up as fast as I wanted to, but we're getting there.
Okay, good. And you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
You've been a good team.
Yep, you have a great team.
Around this table, a lot of people help with that.
That's right. Thank you very much. Maybe just in closing, we spent a lot of time, effort, very little money on this room. This is called the Cabinet Room. It's been here for a long time. And it had some pictures that were not many of them and not very good ones. And I actually spent time in the vaults. The vaults are where we have a lot of great pictures and artwork. And I picked it all myself. I'm very proud of it. That's Andrew Jackson, great Andrew Jackson. That's a gentleman named, and we call him President Polk. He was sort of a real estate guy. He was, people don't realize he was a
You just know Pam is crop dusting the room and everyone thinks it's Rubio. Rubio's giving like angry face everywhere.
Yeah, he was the one. He was the one. So I'm not sure. Maybe he won't be there for long. But if you notice, the frame is the exact same size, almost, as the other one is Andrew Jackson. So that was a part of the reason too. I have to be honest. But Polk is
like Trump said something about us going to war with Iran earlier too. I was like, what? I didn't know that.
You have the original George Washington right behind the light. And then you have Dwight Eisenhower, who was a very underrated president. He built the interstate system, and he was the toughest president, I guess, until we came along. But I don't mind giving up that crown because I don't want to be too tough on it.
What about Teddy fucking Roosevelt? Eisenhower, Roosevelt, toughest president. There's a whole, there's a I don't know if I could say a gang of them, but there's definitely a few of them. Andrew Jackson, fucking badass. I could probably list 5 of our presidents that are straight lunatics.
Every farmer in California went bankrupt. And we have to remember that. We have to work together. We have to remember that. But he was a very good president and a very good general and a very good president. And I thought he deserved a position somewhere on this floor. And then you have, this is very exciting to me, he was not a Republican, to put it mildly, but he was, he was a 4-termer. He was Franklin.
Why is my
and have you noticed?
What the fuck is going on with my call spreads?
We have ramp. People say it's an unusual place for a ramp. It was because of him. He was wheelchair bound,
Why am I down? Oh, okay, I'm not down. Okay, I'm up.
It's an amazing portrait, and we used to have.
I'm like looking at my call spreads. I tried to open 2 sets of call spreads. I only opened 1 set,
It was done by a Chuck.
and it's showing like that I'm losing, but I'm not. I'm green.
Approved of that portrait of himself.
Okay.
And I was in the vaults and looking at things. I said, "What's that?" And we have some great curators here. We have 6 curators at the White House. They have 2 for paintings. They have them for furniture. They have them for.
It says I'm down minus 1.71%, but I don't know why that would be.
Maybe I'd have a 1, but that's all right. But we
I'm actually up 1% right now or so.
I said, "Really? Let me see it." They took off the wrappings, very well preserved. And I said, "That's the picture they've been looking for years. That was the."
Look at Rubio. He's just got like dead eyes. Hold on.
And
Rubio's just like, you can tell he's napping over there. Look at Rubio. He's just like, he's like, see this face?
It doesn't work. I want to be nice, but it doesn't work if you have a big frame, a little frame, and you.
Been sitting in these meetings my whole life, but I just sit there.
The mirror was down in the vaults also. I said, "Where is this from?" And it's a very old, very storied mirror, beautiful. We put that up. And then over there is Honest Abe Lincoln. And that picture was in his bedroom.
Yeah, it's total dead eyes. You see it? He's like finding a spot in the ceiling and he's just staring at it.
Wars are ended. I'm not going to say wars are declared. I'm going to say wars are ended. Okay, we'll be positive. And that's the picture of Abe Lincoln from his bedroom. Sat in the bedroom for many, many years. That was his favorite picture of himself. And the Lincoln bedroom's very famous. You remember when Bill Clinton had it and he rented it out to people. Okay.
There's what is it? They're looking at the paintings on the ceiling. It's like naked men and shit, just fucking with their arms out sideways.
And then over here you have John Adams, and it's.
They like flash the camera up, and it's just like a bunch of naked Roman Greco dudes up there. Oh, and the golden fucking lamb.
John Quincy Adams, Mrs. Adams. They were the first occupants, so we have them looking at each other, and in between their stare is Abraham Lincoln trying to make peace. And that picture was in a room that I have that was not important, like the cabinet. I gave it up. I said, I have to give it up because that's one of the greatest pictures of the White House. The White House is tremendous art. And the Oval Office, when we're there, we'll go over that.
They're talking about art right now.
Then we got the drapes, so we got the whole.
Look at are they listening into our conversation right now?
It's very, very small. And we took some of the chinaware and silverware and trophyware, they call it, from the vaults, and we had it cleaned up.
They chained them to the table?
100 years. Some of this has sat in the vaults for over 100 years. Amazing. Over 100 years. Many of the pictures that were put up in the Oval Office as an example, those two as an example. So he was president. They moved in 1800, and he won the election, I believe, in November of 1800, John Quincy Adams. And we thought that would be.
I'm related to him.
Be a good president. And
I don't know how much I'm related to him, but part of my family claims that they're a descendant of John Quincy Adams.
You know, I'm afraid.
They've got like a diary of people. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever.
And we have the flags of the Marines, and Space Force now has its own flag. I'm very proud of Space Force, but the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, the whole thing. And Coast Guard is right there. We never forget the Coast Guard. They do a great job. So we have the flags throughout the office, and it's really become quite a beautiful place. I don't want to tell this. Oh, Marco pointed it out. I was going to leave the clock. So as president, you have the power. If I go into the State Department or Department of Commerce or Treasury, if I see anything that I like, I'm allowed to take it. Do you believe this? So I'm in Marco's. I see this gorgeous clock, grandfather clock, and there it is. I said, Marco. He didn't know about it. I had to read him the rule and regulation. I said, Marco, I love this clock. Look at it. It's beautiful. He said, what clock? I said, the clock that's in the other room is incredible, and nobody gets to see it there. Marco, I tried to talk him into it first, and it sort of worked, and then I had to use a little more. I said, I'd love to take that clock out and put it in the cabinet room. He said, no, are you serious? I said, Marco, I have the right to do it, Marco.
No shit, your grandmother's side?
So that's his contribution to the cabinet room. But it's, by the way, it's an incredible clock, and you know it's an important room. So you may see it again. Maybe we'll move it back someday. Anyway, so that's pretty much it. But it really is great. Here we put on, you know, these lamps have been very important actually, whether people love them or not. But they're, if you see pictures like Pearl Harbor and Tora Tora Tora, you see movies about the White House where wars are being discussed. Oftentimes they'll show those lamps or something like those lamps, something that looks like them, probably not the reals, because I don't think they were allowed to. This is a very important room. This is a sacred room. And I don't think they made movies from here. You never know what they do. But they were missing medallions. See the medallions on top? They had a chain going into the ceiling. And I said, you can't do that. You have to have a medallion. They said, what's a medallion? I said, I'll show you. And we got some beautiful medallions. And you see them. They were put up there. It makes the lamps look better. So we did these changes. And, you know, when you think of it, the cost was...
Oh, wait a minute. I'm making money now.
A nice color, beige color, and it's been really.
Oh, there it goes. The
corners, you could maybe.
There it goes.
You see the.
I'm up 5% now.
Moldings, and the only question is, do you gold leaf it? Because you can't paint it. If you paint it, it won't look good because they've never found a paint that looks like gold. You see that in the Oval Office. They've tried for years and years. Somebody could become very wealthy, but they've never found a paint that looks like gold.
You know, we're going to get a fucking print on like Friday at 4 p.m., right?
Whether or not we should gold leaf it. Linda, do you have an opinion? I gold leaf it. You like it the way?
No, I gold leaf it.
You'd gold leaf it?
Yeah.
Who would gold leaf it? Could I raise you? How about, would you gold leaf it?
I was going to ask about McKinley. One of their favorite presidents.
Well, McKinley was a great president who never got credit. In fact, they changed the name of Mount McKinley, and I changed it back because he should have been. The people of Ohio he was the governor of Ohio. The people of Ohio were very happy when I did that. I heard they were very insulted. They took the name of Mount McKinley off. That was done by Obama a little while ago, and I had to change it back. I changed it back. He actually was a great president. He was a president. He was the tariff, the most, I guess, since me. I think I'm going to outdo him, but he was a tariff president. He believed that other countries should pay for the privilege of coming into our country and taking our jobs and taking our treasure. That's the way he explained it. They took our jobs and they took our treasure, and for that they should pay.
Well, his suit is ruffled, so it looks like he didn't get it steam cleaned or something, or they didn't put his suit looks like his suit looks like he was traveling.
We didn't know what to do with it. And they set up a committee of, as they called them, elites, a term that we have to change because I think a lot of the people that are elites aren't elite. I think the people that aren't elite are elite, so we're going to have to maybe switch that around somehow. But
I think you're all elites, to be honest.
The money, because it was such a long...
I used to like to ski with you guys, and you're all together hanging out every winter, man. Every summer, too.
People didn't pay tax. There was no income tax system. I told you that came back in 1913.
Don't talk about that stuff because you probably don't know what you're talking about.
For a while, and then you had the Great Depression, and then later they tried to bring back tariffs, but the whole thing was, you know, this was after the Depression. That was one of the great misconceptions. Is people like to say, oh, but it was during the no. The country had a Great Depression, and then after the Depression, long after it started, they brought back tariffs to see if they could save it, but it took them really 25 years. When you say about 25 years to get out of the Great Depression, a lot of people don't understand that. But I thought it would be interesting for you to get a little view of this room. This is a very important room, very powerful room, great room. And we've done similar, but even beyond this, in the Oval Office. We brought back pictures of some of the great presidents. Many of them were in the vaults for over 100 years. Originals all, beautiful, beautiful things. And rather than sitting in a vault downstairs for 128 years, I thought we should display that. And we did that, I think, in a really good way. We've gotten very high marks. but it's interesting. People walk into that room and they look around the room. They don't even want to talk to me. They could look at it for hours. It's funny when people come into the Oval Office. It's such an incredible. It's a sacred place. When people come into the Oval from the biggest people in the world, presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, one case at least, queens, and the biggest business people in the world, they walk into that office and they always say, there's no place like this in the whole world in terms of the power. And I mean, it's beautiful and all, but there are other beautiful offices. You have businessmen that have offices that are, you know, full floors of office buildings, with floor-to-ceiling glass, and they walk in there and they say, there's no place like this anywhere in the world. There's no place. And, you know, it's what it represents maybe more than the physicality of the room itself. So it's an honor to have you all, media. It's an honor to have you. I just want to say we have a fantastic cabinet. Every one of them is a star in my book. And if they're not, I'll let you know about it. I don't know. I'll throw them to the wolves. I'll throw them to the wolves in 2 seconds, because our country comes first, right? But I just want to thank you all for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
So that was kind of a no.
I'll tell you some other.
That was kind of like a nothing burger in general. There's a couple keen insights in there, though. One would be pharmaceuticals was a big one.
I'll be going to the game. Yeah.
And we didn't hear as much negativity about tariffs, which is good. Nothing that I could see that was terrible. We have one more day looming for tariff deadlines. Let's see here. We've got one more day looming for tariff deadlines. Here's SPX Gamma. This green box I've been watching all week long down here. A little bit lower than yesterday's low. I was hoping that we would catch that this morning. I was hoping that we'd pump up yesterday into the bell on air. Pump up here yesterday in the bell and then sell this next leg down. No dice today. This morning, no dice as of right now. We have like one more day left on Wednesday with tariffs that are supposed to be enacted. I mean, if we can get down there, sweet. But right now we're middle of the range. You can see it right here. So kind of like no man's land in here. You know, we've got one more chance, I would say, tomorrow. Today is the 8th and tomorrow's the 9th. So you have one more downside chance to trade this up and to the right into Friday or even beyond into next week. So we'll wait and see what happens here. But there, I mean, that was invariably kind of a nothing burger. There wasn't any kind of brimstone and fire like, you know, we're going to escalate trade war kind of shit or any of that kind of stuff. He's not there right now to dump on market either. I don't think he's going to start doing that. I think he kind of clued you in and told you August 1st is the deadline. So as we get closer to like 18th, 30th, 1st of August, I would expect more negative press from the White House. If I was going to dump on the market, that's when I would do it too. Somewhere around, if there was a time period to do it, probably middle of the month to end of month. So you get out your little day timer, if you remember those, and you just pencil in, unload on the market, last 2 weeks of July. And not only that, that's coming into earnings season. So maybe good reports will thwart some of that. You'll have some nice jackknifes down. But other than that, this week has started out boring, right? Consolidating. We've given back almost everything from the last week. We went literally to the top of the key. Went to the top of the key from last week's highs. So if we can scrape out one more low, maybe sweep away call buyers, anything like that, it's possible. But from right now, I'm going to take a quick break. There hasn't been a lot of movement here today. Let's just take a quick look at where we are. There is some looming volatility here. So let's just look at this really quick together. This is all of last week here. This is the first, we came up here, right? Bounce, 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 bounce. If you were to just snap a quick line on the top of this right here, we'll make that yellow. And you can see we hit it yesterday. Nice little low in here. So all these buyers remain. There might be one more low lower. It's possible we could trade this. There's a daily low down here at 613. We haven't had, though, any kind of volatility that would trigger that move, right? We didn't get any of it today, or kind of I'm expecting it, or I want it, but it hasn't happened, right? So as far as we know right now, this dip is being bought. Nothing today has triggered that panic, sell, or fear, anything like that. They're just kind of like chucking back and forth, right? Back and forth. We did get this high right here, but no continuation. You can see it here. We still have sellers here on any kind of strength. See it right there. And you likely won't see calls print if they're going to print in a big way, like 328 or 628. Any of this stuff up here. Move this back a little bit. So if you're like looking for that big print, come in over here. And if you're looking for this big print up in here, this is, a prior high, test the prior high this Friday. Trade of 628 or so on the 16th of July. Just like grind, right? Grind. If you get a chance to get down here and add at any point, or even slightly lower, here's top of the key, bottom of the key. Right now, not doing too much here. We did have this one low right here that has not resolved itself to an upside trade just yet, but let's just take a look at this. So these buyers step in right here. You can see that nice little damage wick right there, and we're parked there right now, right? We kind of need like volatility to send us lower, not have all this get scooped up. These sellers are looking for that event. They don't have it as of yet. You can see that they sold this one down here, this one down here, and they really want that next leg down to 613. So it's 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3 like this, but they're not getting it. So this invariably could be 1, 2, and 3, right? And then you just kind of putt along. And as soon as all the calls and all your call buying is done for the week, they'll print that upside target on Friday. I would bet that's like Friday close or the 16th, 18th, somewhere in there down the road. So otherwise, we're looking for some kind of doom, and there's no real doom here, is there? Matter of fact, you can see the low from today. That over here. This is an hourly basis, but even right here, there was a nice little low created right here. Go that one. Right. We got this one right here. This is from Tuesday at 11 a.m. Oh, I meant move that over. Hold on here. What's going on here? All right, move that over. Come on now. We got this one right here. This is Tuesday at 10 a.m. That in the trash. That in the trash, just so we can go back and look at it. We'll delete this here in just a minute, just to visually show you. Come on now. Going up. You can just see these buyers yesterday. They're buying it up. Right here, wicking it. Wicking it here, wicking it here, wicking it here. and they stepped in again this morning. Wham, wham, wham. So like lots of buyers stepping in, lots of buyers stepping in. Get rid of that. This. So we'll just pay close attention. I was hoping it would be today, but we got one more day. It's possible we could go down here. Right now, velocity looks like shit on a 30-minute basis. Look at that together. But it just put in a higher low. And I want to show you this here. There's the low, and there's the higher low right here. So it's theoretically, it's improving right now. If you're a seller or a bear or something like that, you're looking for something more material than this presser. Not seeing it just yet. You know how this goes, right? Volatility leaves, up we go. That right there. And my eyes are bleeding. I got to be honest with you. Like I got some call spreads on. I got a 10-pack of call spreads on. I tried to open a second 10-pack, but I never got a fill. So I'll leave these 20 on at some point. If I can get another low today or tomorrow, if the opportunity presents itself, I'll add another 10 on for 20 and get some exposure for the week. Otherwise, my shit's just going like green, flat, green, flat, green, flat, green, flat right now. So it's just a waiting game. I'm not fucking around with any zero dates right now, mostly because of where we are. We're like ping-ponging back and forth. You could trade futures, I guess, but no interest here. VIX, I would think that VIXpiration specifically in this month should mark a low. Should mark a low in VIX. And then start ramping that shit. We're heading like if you figure if we're heading into the month or into the season of volatility, if we're gonna enter the season of it, it should be on a nice deep low to max it out. Right now, just kind of locked in right now. Just note though too that there is some negativity here, or I don't know if it's negativity, but potential for volatility. I should say potential. We have range expansion on expectations. So your pivots are expanding right now. We're in the middle right now. So we're looking for a swing lower if possible. If you're a bull, you'd want that, right? You want the swing lower to get the best upside move that you can. But if we're not afforded that reason for volatility, there's nothing we can do. I was sitting here watching this Trump presser. I was like, yeah, maybe they'll say something fucked up and we can blast down to the depths of hell for like 15 minutes. They can add more call spreads. And matter of fact, my spreads are, if you don't know, my spreads are for the 18th of July. So today is the 8th. Like I got 10 days in these fucking things. So any kind of like momentary downside move, just keep adding. And look for some kind of a print either on this week's OPEX, weekly OPEX, or next week's. What do we got here? I don't even know if I got this right. Yeah, we got next week. We've got VIXpiration on the 16th, I think, and OPEX on the 18th for the month. So between now and then, we don't have much going on this week. You got to remember, people are still on vacation. You might take a week or not. You might have traded last week. And you might have, I don't know, done whatever you did, but let's be honest. People are on vacation the week before last week. They're on vacation for the week after. This week right here, people are still on vacation. You might not be, but remember that most of like the streets, they're not normal people. They're not like, they don't go to a job for $15 an hour and wind up making 30 or 40 or 50 one day. So you'll see like participants are still doing their thing. They're either traveling, resting, or still, believe it or not, on vacation. And in particular this year, with the 4th falling on a weekend, I cannot tell you how many of my friends pushed a vacation off into this week. I have probably 5 friends that are currently on vacation right now, still on vacation, which is abnormal, and it's mostly has to do with the perception that it's amateur hour during 4th of July this year because it fell on a weekend. So you have too much demand and too many people trying to enjoy themselves. So people that take vacation are like, fuck that, I'll just take the week after. So there's some of that probably going on in the market too. This is normal. This is all like summer doldrum stuff. We trade sideways. People claim we're going to go to 0, or they don't claim right now. They're going to claim that we're going to go moon time, trade 650 in like 2 weeks, right around the 16th. You're going to see the bears come out and they're going to run their manifesto, and they're going to tell you why we're going to crash. And we're likely going to stay somewhat in range. We'll go down, but it won't be like, trading 590 on the 30th. I don't think. We're going to be trading 590 and the 30th down 300, 400, 500 fucking points. I know that some of you want that to happen early. I get it. But there's a potential for more sideways for a period of time. Mark a nice low for September 1, and then another pull up, and then drown the head the last time into September and October. Murder the bulls one more time. But it's in the brief for today. I'm still writing it here in the background. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah, everybody's still on vacation. Everybody that I know is still on vacation. I'm literally the only person working. Or you're scraping pennies or something, or I don't know. If you're a winning trader, you're basically not working right now. Or you're making fees or something, like Wall Street guy making fees off your clients or something. You're on vacation. Okay, give me like 15 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll get back to it here in just a minute. Just normal summer grind. We're in the middle of the range right now, too. We're not at the top of the range, not at the bottom of the range. So we're looking for some kind of volatility to the downside. It's not really we're not really being provided this volatility. We weren't provided it really yesterday. We really weren't provided it early this morning nor this afternoon. We have one more day of potential volatility on fake tariff shit. I think I'm with Pravorsky on this. If you're able to get any low today, tomorrow, yesterday, jump on any of them if you want to. The way is higher from here into the weekend as long as we don't get anything crazy. Something existential, unknown, or whatever. Hey, look at that, making money again. Yeah, it's a completely different world, you guys. I'll tell you guys something. So, like, if you guys were to fly right now to any of the big lakes, New York, if you were to go to Montana, Colorado, South Lake Tahoe, if you go to any of the places that people own 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 homes, they're packed right now. They're like packed full of people. So if you don't know anybody, that more than likely means that you're like me and just a pleb. You know what I mean? You and I are not exclusive to that club. You get to hang out with me all week long in the cheap seats. Okay, give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. Market's doing the up and down thing right now. We're still tight and range bound. Note, though, that the way is higher. Nothing has changed from the preliminary yesterday. It's way up. Any dip you can get long, baby. That's not financial advice, by the way. I got to say that. Hey, I'm up more now. Hold on here. Oh, wait a minute. It just went down. Oh, no, wait a minute. I was trying to catch the, nope. Hold on. The absurdity of me being up right now. I'm like up $120, flat. Up $120, flat. Probably could have entered spreads like 10 times today. I know 0 people that own 9 or 10 homes. Jesus, I got to tell you something. Like when I tell you guys, like, there's just 2 things about my life that are somewhat known but unknown. But most of my career was spent living in very expensive places, the most expensive places in the country. Period. More expensive than anywhere you live. Higher per capita income. Period. End of story. Like there is no poor people in those places. And the people that live there and own homes there, it wasn't their like 2nd or 3rd home. It's like their 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th home. And the jobs that I did, the work that I did for a living, I spent a lot of time in C-suites around wealthy people, and they just don't live like I try to think about like fuck you money. Like I'm like, $150 million like fuck you money, or was 5 years ago. It isn't. It isn't even close to fuck you money. Like some people have money that it would fucking melt your face off. And even when they have that money, they have that same amount of money coming in next year. It's like stupid. And unless you've ever been around those people, it's hard to comprehend just how much wealth it is. It really is like hard to comprehend just how much what real wealth looks like. And I think that's even more than fuck you money. Like if you're like, hey, I'm worth $150 million, that's not good enough. Like you have to like have another 150 million coming in every year to where it becomes absurd. When you see that kind of money and power, you're just like, holy fuck. And they just don't live like you and I. There's just like no comparison. Yeah. It's nice to know those people too, right? Doggone it, because they take care of you when you're around them. To them, it means nothing. But like, as of like your own personal wealth and stuff like that, it's a completely different fucking thing. Like, as a matter of fact, like, I thought having money would be like liberating, and it's not. Like, I'm kind of wealthy on paper, but I'm not wealthy in real life. I really am not. Like, taxes, insurance, kids, wife, fucking this fuck up, that fuck up, all that stuff. I don't see any. The biggest difference that I see is probably paying off my debt. I feel more comfortable mentally, but I think that has more to do with like being a husband and a father. No panic sweats in the middle of the fucking night that the mortgage isn't gonna get paid. That kind of stuff has gone away. It's probably the only feeling that I oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Hold on here. Oh, wait a minute. I was rich there for a minute. Nope. I was rich there for a minute. It's like such an eye bleed trading this stuff. I'm like, what do I like? Like, come on now, you can do it. You can do it. You can make me rich again today, twice today. No? All right, maybe not. Oh yeah, it's stress. Like if you're like, I don't care if you're a man or woman, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it is, I don't care. If you don't care if you're single, one of the biggest stresses of my life has been like a constant fear of whammies. Like raising kids, I can't tell you how many fucking years. I cannot tell you literally how many years I would save a fucking dollar. Like save money. Like go without. And like hide money. Basically, I hid money. I can't even lie about this. Like hiding money. And my wife would know about it. That time I'd hide, 5, 10, 15 grand or something. 20 grand. Because I'm like in the midst of raising children which is in itself cost me. I gotta think back to that time, but I was making $170,000 a year. I was broke. I was fucking broke. And kids are fucking so stupid expensive. I was broke. I was fucking broke. I was literally zero. And I would like try to hide money. Every like 3 months, a year, 6 months, I'd be like stacking cash. And we're like, like buy food, prepare it, take a vacation where it's like the fucking Brady Bunch. We're all driving in the car, going where we're going, doing what we're doing. And a whammy would hit. Any kind of fucking whammy. There was always some fucking whammy. And that whammy would be like, oh, oopsie, I did this, or this happened, or that happened. And I need that money. And be like, how'd you know I had that money? Oh, I know it's there. Like, your wife knows, your husband knows, or whatever. And they would be gone, veritably gone. And that feeling sucks. I was like a middle-aged man, like, I don't know, 20s, 30s, 40s. That feeling is the worst. It's constant paranoia. Like, am I going to get laid off? Am I going to get fired? Am I going to do this, that? Especially the work that I was in was constant, like, my job revolved around being employed, being unemployed, being employed, being unemployed because of what I did for work. That was like a part of my career. Or fix something and then they don't longer need you, or they lie. Usually C-suite loves to lie for ulterior motives for either investors or if they're a public company for other reasons. But at any rate, that feeling sucks. So I don't live like the elite, but it's nice to be like, finally be like, if something goes wrong, probably I'm not going to be on the streets tomorrow, like next month or something. Hopefully not be on the street. Yeah, I never changed either. It's really odd. I've been close to opportunity for changing me. Never took it up. Like I've been in those situations. I've been offered jobs where I would definitely be divorced today. 100%. Guaranteed. Like, yeah. Or even just situations in life. No is the answer. Not everybody says no, but, I think I did most of that shit when I was young. I was always like athletic and smart-ish, and pretty decent looking as a young guy, and personable to people. So I never really, like, I was able to get a lot of that out of my system. I feel like most of my friends that didn't get that out of their system or didn't have that chance when they were young, maybe they would get some power and money as they get older. They're like, they slip into it. I was never able to be this guy, so I'm going to become that. They do that later in life, 40s and 50s or whatever. I'm an old fuck now. I don't care. I just want to be left alone. Leave me alone. I'm like Goliath over there. Just leave me the fuck alone. I'm a simple man now. Give me a PBR and a shot of of not Louis Trey. I don't like that shit at all. Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree with that statement too, doggone it. I do like enjoying my buddy that I just died. He was a guy that he was poor, and he was really poor. He was not quite a hippie, but kind of like a hippie, and he never had anything in life. But what he had was he had spades in living life, and it like breaks my heart even right now because this guy I was able to have this guy in my life at certain times, and I only wanted those people around me. Like you're saying, right? If you're gonna spend the money, you better enjoy it. Like one thing you don't ever want to do is be spending money for enjoyment and be surrounded by a Debbie Downer. I'd rather be sitting next to like literally a homeless bum trying to have a good time than sitting around someone that's not there to have fun or enjoy themselves. I think that is important in life, to enjoy yourself, like get away, like literally tear yourself away from life and be like, okay, let's have some fun. I don't care what that is. Could be Disney World, could be a fucking cruise ship, could be hiking in the woods, reading a book, whatever that is. I don't give a fuck. Just let's enjoy ourselves. Do you guys ever have encounter that in your life? I can't do the Debbie Downer. I fucking can't. I can't do it on vacation. I can't do it when I'm not working. Like I just can't. I can't do it. Like, yeah, 100% Doug on it. 100% You got to be there to have a good time. Like I always like quote the Debbie Downer shit. Like that's part of the reason I moved from where I was born and raised. When I was a kid, I got out of, like, I've traveled and all that, but when I became an adult, I was able to travel with the Army, and I was like, I went out west, and I'm like, these people are having a good time, and they're genuine, they're not liars. And where I'm from, anybody here from Massachusetts or New York, the more they hate you, the more they love you to some extent. You don't know if they actually hate you or not. It's like a badge of honor to be from New England or the Northeast. And have some kind of like craziness or angriness and I fled that shit. I was like, I'm out of here. I was like, no fucking way. Oh, wait a minute. I'm making a little bit more money. Wait a minute. Hold on here. Wow, man, there's no reason to be short here. They gotta make some shit up. There's a dealer somewhere that's like, we got to make up some reason for the market to go down. We need some volatility. They get the finger on the button going. I just want a reason to sell right now, and I can't find one. God, this is like watching fucking paint peel. What happens when you own shares of a company that have been taken over? When do they give you the new shares? It depends. If you're talking about a publicly traded company that's going to be bought by a publicly traded company. The last time I had that happen to me, it was like a month. It was a month or 90 days when it happened. But I got to pay. One time I got a payout. I got a check, and then I owned Luckin Coffee that went to the pink sheets, and I think they gave me an option. Yeah, it was like between 1 and 3 months, and I was given in both circumstances. I was given different options. I wish I had continued to own Luckin and the pink sheets, and didn't. It's been a long fucking time since that I've had that happen. I'm trying to think back. It's been over a decade. Did they? So just a question for you, David. Was it taken private or was it bought by another company? If it was taken private, then they would sell you the price. See, it's kind of weird. Like sometimes a publicly traded company, a C-suite, will try to get the shares as cheap as possible, and then they pay you off at that like $1 that you just posted. And they take the company private, unless that that stock price was slammed down to be bought by a public company. QTRX. Let me look. Yeah, so I just Google searched it, David. It says when a public company is acquired by another publicly, the shares are acquired. The shares that the acquired company are typically exchanged for cash, shares of the acquiring company, or a combination of both, depending upon the terms of the acquisition. So, and that's what happened to me. You were given choices. You want cash or do you want shares? You'd probably need to check with QTRX. To AKY. Oh God, this is a bio company too. It says here you're going to receive shares, fractional shares from Quanterix. So it didn't go private. You're not being offered cash, I don't think. Let's see if they got anywhere to go. QTRX. Was it at the time? Oh, dude, this shit looks like it wants to fucking explode to the upside. QTRX does. Ooh. Come on here. I actually like this company. I would keep the shares. I would just hold them and not do anything. Let me just check them out. Yeah, I would fucking hold this company. Hold the fuck out of this company. I would hold them. They're in a gorgeous low right here too. $4 a share. I would hold them. They're not quite in accumulation mode yet, but I would hold them. I'll have to look at their. Hold on here. Let me see if I can look up their. We just look at their fundamentals. Fundamentals. Financials. Right here. Well, the thing about QTRX is you're going to be definitely wanting to sell on before some news. They're definitely going to be like medical paper driven. They IPO'd recently. I mean, I like them. They IPO'd in 2018. Their revs look fucking great. They look fucking great as a company. I would hold them. They don't have a ton of shares diluted. Their operating margin keeps going down. Profit margin is okay. Their revs are outstanding, though. All they need to do is hit it like once. I would stay with this. I would stay owning that company. Do they have options? Hey, check it out. Yeah, baby. I shouldn't be shitting on the market right now. We haven't gotten nowhere. Oh God, we're doing it again. Look, we're right back in the sell zone again. Oh, fuck. God, killing me. Just give a man $100. Just give me $100, please. So make today worth like $300. I'll take 300. No, wait a minute. You know what this week is? Whatever I come into these weeks, it's like, and you got paid at 4 p.m. on Friday. Woo! Got paid Monday, baby. Okay. God, please, nosebleeds, and we have range expansion, so I'll just like rip the face off. Come on, you can do it. Please don't do it. Please don't roll over. Please don't do it. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go potty. I haven't worked out today. I haven't gone potty. Actually, I've been working out. I've been working. But you know what? Yesterday was the first like non-physical day that I've had. So I'm like, I'll just like take a day off. But that means today I have to work out, and I have not worked out today. So give me 15 minutes, 2:17 in the afternoon. You know the drill here. We're just waiting on any kind of volatility at all. We haven't gotten anything, have we? We got one more day of tariff doom tomorrow. It's almost 2:30. I'll be back with you guys at 2:30. We'll give you an update for preliminary expectations. I'm going to keep working on this brief that's taking me longer than expected for the rest of the week. I don't think we're going much anywhere. I think we're just sitting here. And maybe we'll take a look at, let me see if I can see anything right now. Give me a second here. Let me just check something here. Ooh, A-Lab's coming back. Holy shit. Is A-Lab ready to go again? Keep it, somebody check to see on A-Lab. Check this out right here. This is A-Lab. And this is pretty fucking bullish. You guys watching A-Lab right now? Like, A-Lab looks good. And let me show you something crazy here. So, like, see that right there? Let's just check this stock really quick. They have an ER coming up. This is gorgeous too. You see this right here? That's bottoming on a weekly. Daily has a little bit left to be desired. I don't like this. Daily is improving on a 30-minute basis. There can be an argument made that there's some more down to come, but I would pay close attention to it. And the reason is this cross of the daily trigger right here. And do you see how there's like declining resistance here? Resistance, 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 but I don't know if they've got a... This fucker's ready to go. And they're like back, forth, back and forth, back and forth. This is more accumulation right here. And the only thing I would say here is there hasn't been a halfback trade. Like this hasn't been filled in over here. Be nice to see like one more of this. But there might be a small trade in here, is my point. So is that, I guess the question becomes, is that one? And this one hasn't been hit either. Let me go back to our daily here and just check this. See this right here? $12. There's some expansion on this A-Lab. We've been tracking this one for a while now. But if this thing breaks out, that could be your September low over here. This would be your February low over here. This thing could get moving. One, two, three, four, five. This thing could get humming, man. I don't know that it's going that high, but whipsaw, 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 something like that. Which I think is a little bit lower over there. And then you get fifth leg right there. Wham, wham. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know that it goes that high, but we have seen it before. Keep an eye on this one, A-Lab. But I'd want to see the breakout first. And I like this daily here. There could be a nice little trade in here, like from 95 to 112 on their ER. A-Lab, Sterilabs. You got to look this one up though. Make sure you look it up. It's a great company, but again, remember this is a spec growth company, so it can move. Let's set an alert right in here. A little bit of resistance right here. Add an alert for crossing up. It's a nice little potential trade right there. And it also added an alert down here in case it fails. I'd be interested in owning this at $72 and $95 for a trade to like $112.50. Keep an eye on the stock. ALAB, ALAB. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me a few minutes. Also note that I'll put on the news squawker for you in case anything happens.
So we're just seeing some comments from the Codelco chairman on the copper tariffs. It says we need to see whether some countries will be excluded from the tariffs and what copper products are affected. NYMEX diesel August futures settle at $2.44 a gallon. Gasoline August futures at $2.18 a gallon. WTI crude August futures settle at $68.33 a barrel, which is up 40 cents or spot 5.9%, and natural gas August futures settling at $3.34.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. As big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Chile's foreign minister says we have not received information from counterparts indicating the implementation of an effective tariff on copper. White House trade advisor Navarro now speaking, saying letters and deals cover almost 90% of our trade deficit. So Navarro speaking on Fox Business. Okay, so it looks like Navarro just made one little comment and then that was the end of it there.
Fucking market has gone nowhere. It ain't gonna go nowhere, I don't think. Check 1, 2. Move that over to tomorrow. It was Wednesday, 1:30. We're gonna get it. $2:42 in the afternoon. No movement. Zero movement. Not a thing. Just grinding sideways. And I would not expect any movement until Wednesday expiry, possibly Friday. Maybe we can try to catch a low tomorrow. Can we get a low tomorrow? Maybe, or a high tomorrow? Wednesday, we got Wednesday expiry and Friday expiry. What's going on with the, why is this not? going on here? What is this? Let me read this. On our investigation. Better pay for the shares in connection with the sale of Icoya. This is normal, though. To that end, our firm intends to file a case on behalf of misled in approving the sale of the company case. And the company just got. You're not going to make any money off this. Yeah, that so a common I think I said this earlier, which is it's common for price dilution in a publicly traded company. Now, if they're going to take it private, like C-suite, like if you have like a C, like it's very similar to like way to describe it would be like Twitter and Elon Musk. And it was so public that they ran it up, but it was already beaten down to shit when he was going to buy it originally. But, you know, like a company like that is not Twitter, right? It's not like that public. It's not like everybody is watching QTRX, or the hell the name of the company is, a little biopharmaceutical company. You know what it reminds me of is I owned fuck was it that I owned? I haven't even looked at it. I looked at, or I owned
Crude futures settle at $70.15 a barrel, up 57 cents or 0.82%.
I own a dog shit company called Real Good Foods, RGF. And I was like, just get me out, just get me out. And then I was like, no, I'll stay in longer. And I was like, oh, I'll just add some more. Like, I just went down the rabbit hole, like, just add some more. This was recently. It was like a year or two ago. No, it started 2 years ago.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald.
Let me turn this shit off.
Freaking Trump, okay?
And like I got a good deal in it. Then it went down even more, and then I got a good deal in it. It was either going to be it was like a prime example of an M&A, like M&A potential. It was coming out of some debt restructuring, and it was like prime candidate. We had a lot of M&As coming up, and so I'm like, well, I'll buy this on a lark for an M&A. And it just kept going down and down and down. And then one day it would be up monster. It would be like, $1.30 to $1.60, $2.40. I think I wanted $6 out of it. And then at one point, I was going into like tax season and it squoze or something at some point, and I was green-ish. And I promised myself I would only hold it for 1 quarter for M&As. No, for 2 quarters. I was like, end of the year, I was going to hold it through M&A season and be done with it. I wound up fucking holding this goddamn stock for almost a year and a half. And it was a fucking nightmare because it was just the thorn in my side. And I don't pay attention to, I'll check in with, like, StockTwits. I'll go there just to check in. Like, what do you guys know? What's the bad? What's the good? And they'll sometimes have an insight, but I don't get caught up in the gang side of stocks. Like I'm Tesla gang or I'm whatever gang, Budweiser. I don't give a fuck what company it is. I'm not a true believer in anything anymore. Too crass on that shit. I think the straw that broke the camel's back for me was Samuel Adams. I mean, they were ready to be sold anyways, but I think that was the last fucking time when I was like, I'm done. When a CFO overstates fucking drinking water. I wasn't even long in them. I just knew it. I was like, this bubbly shit is bullshit. Nobody's drinking 110 calorie beers or no flavor beer carryover in a restaurant environment. That's for like backyard with your buddies. I don't know. You want your buddy's wife to think you're taking care of yourself or some shit. You're like trying to look good for your neighbor's wife. I don't know. I was like, but nobody's going out to dinner to drink that garbage. Because it's a different social situation, right? Like trying to like impress people, eat and drink big to some extent. So I don't think there would be any carryover. And you want some flavor, right? Going out to dinner, you're eating calories, drinking calories. Anyways, so I got stuck in RGF. I haven't even looked at it in a long time. Should look at it right now. I don't even know if to take it public, or private, but they're another one of those companies. Are they even in here anymore? They might have gotten delisted at this point. Looks like they have gotten delisted. It looks like they have. And they're now trading pink sheets. Looks like they had a high of $1.60. But the word on the street was that the point here is that the word on the street was that RGF's C-suite was trying to take the company private with share price, lowering share price, and of course the lawyers got involved, and there was like they're going to try to do this and they're going to try to do that and take it private and all this other crap. I think that's a very common thing when you see like M&As that sometimes the stock will ramp if it's something everybody knows about. If everybody doesn't know about it, they'll try to murder that fucking thing right down into the ground. So you might get some. Just a quick update here. It's 2:53. Let's do a public kind of a thing here because I didn't post this chart yesterday to. I only posted it to the Discord. But let's just take a quick look at this. So we got 2 expiries this week, right? We got expiry every day, but the major ones are typically like 3-day, Wednesday and Friday expiry. Are big ones for option sellers. And then we also have when options begin to die for that week. Like Wednesday options begin to die and Friday options begin to die. And let me just mute this for a second. Now, if you were short If you're short on Monday's open, I think there's still some potential for some bullshit news. Maybe try to get down here to this 13 and then hit the upside target on Friday. For Friday, the prior high right here. Some equal legs going on, just so you can see it here. See the bat wings? Got this one right here, this one right here, this one right here. Now, I don't know if we can get that nice little leg down there and then squeeze it back up or not. If we don't get the volatility that we need, we know we won't go down there, will we? So for right now, like, we look range bound until all these options start to die. You know, so if you've been buying the dip, Friday, or even next week might be the way to go. Now, you can see it right here, bat wings, little bat wings over here, little bat wings right there. A bit of bat wing right there, and a little bat wing right there, off and running, bat wing, off and running, bat wing, off and running. We'll see if it works again. If it doesn't work, we're going to bring doom and gloom in, get down here. I'll add some more down here, but I'm not about to get crazy here. So I did add today. I wanted to add down here yesterday, but I was too fucking busy blabbing. Missed that one down there too. And I was also thinking about that, you know, that 13 or 6. Let me just show it to you right here. Sarah's SPX. The lowest we got yesterday was right here. And all I'm asking for is like, I don't know, like, can I get just one more chance down here maybe? That would be the low of this accumulation right here. I think that's where the pain is. There's a little bit more pain over here too. There's a little tiny bit of pain down here. You can see that, but I don't think that's going to be affected. I think being reasonable, I think you torch, you wipe out all these calls here, all this rampo-rama, take this down, put the paint on them, and then last minute raise it up either Friday or Monday. And then we go higher again into OPEX. But there's not much going on here. So point here is in this close, nothing's changed. Again, on Tuesday. Like literally nothing's changed. Keep buying dips and look for an upside print. And also note something else here too, is that the window for up starts to go away. Like, just the only thing that I probably haven't told anybody publicly would be that there's an opportunity in here. I've showed this on Discord, but nowhere else. But somewhere in here, we got Vixpiration. So, you know, you get up here, right? Blow out the Vixpiration, get a new contract, and we ramp it up. And you've got potential for it. And this is OPEX. And this is end of month end. Is guaranteed we get this window of weakness down here? No. But if we were going to get something like that, right? You can actually kind of see this right here. So here's month end. You know, we're like slamming, right? Or even just slamming, range bound. Be a little bit higher, but get the gist, right? Even that right here and this, like all this is still kind of the same people. Go up there, get underneath. This thing cranks up. Get back down over here. And we'll figure out if August is a dud. if we catch the new high or not. So you can see here. I try to like pin that out down there, down here, right? This is all going up. Failure of a new high for this would be middle of August. And then we're on our way down into September for that actual pickup over here. So we're getting close. Not quite there yet. There's probably some bears out there that want to see it happen now, but I doubt it. Probably some bears that are, they're probably already thinking about, oh, you got served over here. Oh, you got served. I don't know. Are you just, oh my God, it's going to start early. They're probably going to come out of the woodwork. The chorus will grow. We're not there yet, but the chorus will begin to grow as this becomes more of a potential downside move. And all that down there. And this actually down here, you blast through this one right here. There's that one. Could probably redraw that a little bit, because this would look more like, whoo, end of year, baby. More like that. 1, 2, 3. You like break that one right there, and then break this one right here. And this is the one where the one that's going to trap, hopefully be a bear trap down here. Hopefully you'll see like bears down here, and they'll be like, bro, we're going down there, or we're going to go down there in reverse. We're going to have a big recession. There's some kind of a bear trap over here. Bear trap somewhere in here. There's some kind of bull trap up here. Like a bull trap. Bull trap. Bear trap. Down there. Oh, sorry. Suck it. Nope. Suck it. Oh, yeah, we got to do this later in the year. A lot of suck it. So anyways, let's go back to where we are. Not a whole lot of anything, is it? Go back to 1 hour or 1 minute. Expectations the same for tonight. Tomorrow is Wednesday. You could see closing of options tomorrow for condors or butterflies. And then you'll see options expire. Probably going to be some bearish options, I would expect, if there was a bearish side of options. And then on Friday, we'll get more expiry going. And maybe we can sneak up to the upside here by Friday. I wouldn't expect too much movement today. Maybe just trade sideways here into the close. Sideways are hopefully down to add some more longs. Yeah. There isn't. We're in summer doldrums here. Yeah, 100% condor. I don't think it really matters if we retest 6,200 or not. I think that if you want to retest a low, it's probably going to be before Wednesday close. If we were going to retest the low, if whatever that low is between today and who said that? JC 56. You have till tomorrow close, I think. Whatever that low may be, it's probably the last chance to catch that low. The only way it wouldn't be the last chance is if we traded 628 by tomorrow close. If we did hit 628 by tomorrow's close, then I'd be like, yeah, let's sell it down into Friday. That's what I would think. So nothing's changed. There's no change in expectations. Grind sideways, finish the week strong, I would think. think we finished the week strong. Partially the reason I like the end of the week finishing stronger is I would like to see ERs get maxed out into OPEX into the 16th. Not all tickers, of course. I saw some of the financials were getting ruined today, but that's more an option thing for their ER. But I would like to see everything get maxed out into the start of option or into the start of earnings season, and then just sell the news. So you just go in, you stay long into earnings season. When your favorite ticker is cranking, you just get out on a high. And the Mag 7 has run this market. This whole move has been Mag 7. So there's an argument being made. Maybe other publicly traded companies will join in the on the party. But they're not going to join in. Even if they are going to join in, they're not going to join in until September. So you're likely going to get an exit of Mag 7. Market should fucking fold like a cheap suit because that's what's holding the market up. And then you come back and swoop in for September or whatever. So I think we're close. Quick second here. I'm having a cocktail, by the way. I just poured myself bourbon. Like, there ain't shit happening here. Here in a lot of 5 fly trade. I'm in a 100% payout call spread for the 18th of July. I just need to trade 626 by the 18th. If I trade 626 at any point, I'll make I don't know. I think it's $3,000 or something. And I still own FDX. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with FDX. I was thinking about selling calls on it. Well, I was going to give it to my daughter. I'll be honest with you guys. I was going to give that stock to my daughter as a gift. But then I looked into it, and it's a pain in the ass. And I'm like, okay. So I think I'm going to sell calls against it in like 2 weeks, a week or two, sell a bunch of calls with like a September, October expiry. And hold on to it until the end of the year. And so I got a lot of money riding on that. And now I'm just trading spreads. Some are Doldrums, spreads. Condors, you could do a put spread from the top, call spread from the bottom. Condors, flies. But I would not be in those flies. Warning to you out there. Do not be in condors and flies on like after of expiration and OPEX. Don't be fucking with that shit. Nor end of month. We get volatility. We'll get minor volatility tomorrow and Friday, but that could be good or bad. But you're gonna get expansion after those dates. You get expansion 16th, 18th, and 30th of July. We shouldn't push higher. There should be no reason for us to go higher. I'll just tell you right now. We're going to trade between 618 and 628. That's our range. We ain't fucking leaving it. If the only way for us to leave it would be like, you need to like instill the fear of God, or Trump says something got fixed. I don't know. Truce with Ukraine and Russia, something exogenic. Where people are fearful. What that is people closing. Like, oh shit, I got a fly on, I got to close it. Make sense? I sold calls, I need to close them right now. I sold puts, I need to close them right now. Same thing. Unless they go in the money, right, or close in the money. That's also why this isn't the crazy thing. If you got an unknown right now in the market today, if you had an true unknown, wherever it goes, it likely reverts back before this Friday and OPEX for this month. Like if it went outside of the range, if we went down like below 18, like trade 13, it'd be like for a minute, like in and out and gone. I wouldn't expect it to hold. That's whenever you hear me say like fake price, Whenever you hear me say, like, if you ever hear me say something like, that's a fake price, that's a fake price, it's mostly to do with, like, it's like end of day, puts being bought for protection
Just
or
seeing
after
Trump
hours, low volume.
on Truth Social.
That shit never holds,
Jerome.
ever. I don't care if it's 3 months later, it ain't never holds.
Now's the time. So he says on Truth Social, cut interest rates, Jerome. Now's the time.
Like, that's fake price right there. I'm like, we're down like $5 right now. 15 minutes later, all the way back. Okay, I'll be right back with you guys. Give me another. It's 3:09. Give me till 3:30. There isn't shit happening, so I'm not gonna sit here and watch paint dry. Excuse me. I'm getting the hiccups. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Well, hold on. You guys are discussing participate. So retail is only 25 to 30% of the market at best. We have different groups that participate at different times, and some cancel each other out.
There's a new study.
You get
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump.
dealers are like 15% of the market. I think 15 to 19. I think last time I checked.
You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go.
Institutional traders, I think, make 30%, and the rest of them are like hedge funds, family offices.
And save 67.
Dude, that fucking ad is bullshit. It was that cute the first time. So you have they're competing interests right now, and or not right now. You have different people in the market at different times doing different things. Sometimes they overrun each other. Sometimes they're all on the same side. You get larger price movements. If you wanted to see something really big, to like a big move down or up, you would need everybody participating, in my view. Like everybody. You'd need like some breaking news that's unknown for panic to set in. Positive or negative, wouldn't matter. We didn't get that today. So if that's the case, who's running the market right now? Who would you think is running the market right now, today, at this moment? It's dealers. Dealers are running the market right now. There's likely nobody else active right now. Put a trade on, you walk away, and you're not looking at it. The only person active right here is more than likely a dealer. And they're just parking the market, driving it sideways. Oh, right on. I just poured myself one. It's all ice. It's not all brown. I literally don't drink anymore. I drink like ice with like a splash of bourbon on top. And I haven't had a drink in a few days, so I haven't been fucking drinking at all. I've been fucking working my dick off. My God. I should show you guys some of the work that I did. Did a bunch of work. You know what else is crazy too is my wife was asking me why I did the work myself. I did the work myself. I had some helpers, but it was still me. She was like, "Why are you doing the work?" And I was like, for the price, you can't get the quality anymore, or it's obscene. I just put a wall up. I put this wall up in this house. I've got two houses. I've got another house, and I put a wall up, and it wasn't a big deal, but I had to run new electrical stuff, to run Cat 6, and but doing the work the right way wasn't easy. And then like doing the drywall, perfect, not easy. And then doing the mudding and the taping properly and the gluing. And I just fixed some floors in this house too. Like this, it was like I had floors ripped out of this house. Some guys came in and ripped hardwood floors out. Not everywhere, but in certain places. And I was putting a new subfloor down, and I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, I was like, the first thing I got to do. So this house has joists, then 1 inch by, let's call it 6 or 8 inch boards, then a subfloor, then the floor. No, excuse me. The 1 inch boards, and then it had hardwood floors above it. I'm talking to my wife, and I'm like, well, I got to rip out the hardwood floors, so hire somebody for that. It's easy work. Save those. There's other places in this house need new hardwood, or the house has a bunch of hardwood floors, but you can't find this wood anymore. You can't even. I got lengths that are 8 feet long, straight, like Kentucky pine, old school shit. So I'm like, we got to save all these, right? So I my wife and I'm like, if I had hired somebody to put down a subfloor in this room over here, they would have taken some OBS or whatever, some 5/8 OBS, slammed it down, and started nailing that shit in or screwing that shit in, and that would be it. It's like when I do those floors, what I'll do is I will screw down the 1x8s. I screw them down to the joist, and then all the pop nails, I'll slam all those home. So that's a whole step right there. It's like dropping a subfloor in itself. Then I go back and I will glue down 2 layers of 80-pound felt, 2 layers of it, glue it both down, and then I glue down OSB with more screws to the decking and the joists. So that means you got to mark all the joists out, pre-mark all the joists out before you even start all this crap along the walls, and then you're dropping all this thing layer. And now normally when you do that, all squeaks will leave a floor. The other thing, though, is if they don't, you got to then go and knock a ceiling out underneath that floor and put in, I forget what they're called, but they're like blocking, I think they're called. Like if you sister a joist, you guys know this stuff? So if you sister a joist, it won't get rid of bouncy floors, but if you block it, it will. They're kind of like the little cross things that you see, but you block it with like 2x8s, 2x10s, 2x6s, and you run them right down every 4 feet or so. And it's it's more sound than I don't even know why I'm talking about this stuff. So by the time I'm done doing this, so I did this one room's floor, and I'm like, my wife's like, I understand now, and I'm like, well, what do you think that would have cost? I'm like, that would have fucking cost me like $5,000 easy. Just that floor would have cost me $5,000, and I'm like, I ain't doing it. What did I pay for? What do you guys got? I got let me see what I got exactly. I reined mine in. I reined mine in. Yeah, build a wall. But it's like a brick shit house every time I do this work. I'm like, whenever I do work, whenever I hire someone to do work and I do my own work, I'm like the worst fucking critic. So I'm like, I'll just do it myself. Fuck it. Because I don't think anyone puts time or effort into your stuff than you do. You guys, I always feel like you think like, I think people say they're going to do time and effort, but they don't. And they go back and you're like, what the fuck were they doing over there? Like, what did they fucking think that was okay? Like, that wasn't okay. Like, because it's not theirs, right? If you own it, you take care of it. So we can get a little bit of volatility here into the close today. 318 right now. Power hour, sour hour. We can get any kind of movement. We did right here. Over there, 1600. So there is one fascinating thing going on in the market right now. And we think that, or I think, the argument is that U.S. market has been the driver of this whole run. This last leg of the run, I guess, it's been U.S. market because the dip has been bought in cash markets repetitively. At the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, you're seeing buyers step in the U.S. market. And then in the overnights, there's carry through from, oftentimes it's been carry through from Euro markets into the beginning of the day, and then a dump. And of course, the U.S. just keeps buying. So generally speaking, other markets are closed right now. So U.S. market has stepped in as that buyer of last resort. We haven't seen them disappear as of yet. And they stepped in yesterday at 12 o'clock. They bought again at 3:30, and they bought again this morning at 11:30. They bought again today at 1:30, and into this close right here, we'll see if they step in as buyers again. If we get any kind of like bloodletting down here, if they step back in, we haven't seen them disappear at this point. All those buyers, they keep buying all these lows. And the low in the day today was, the second highest low today is right about here. This was I'll show it to you right here. Here's the low in the day. Here's the second low of the day. We would expect them to be here, right where this green box is. And we just had a low right now of 620.09. This is 1978. So we'll see if they step back in here and they're still buyers or not. Are they still here with us, or have they left? This is kind of telling, right? Because every day it's been a higher low, incrementally higher lows. So we're looking to see if this still holds. If it doesn't, we'll go down tomorrow maybe and grab a new low. But otherwise, you're expecting these buyers to keep being here. We'll look to see if they disappear. There's been no reason for them to disappear that I can see at this moment. Let me just check if I'm missing anything here. We got some debt ceiling agreement. Yep. Debt ceiling has been raised debt ceiling has been raised, by the way, 5. I'll post this. Or in the Discord. Debt ceiling has been raised. $5 to $7 trillion. What else do I see here? Midday color. See if I can read this to you guys here. Squeezy price action with low quality names, top of the board. Violent move in Momo, a clear revision from yesterday with momentum pair. No great reason for the unwind action today. We do think the back end rates cause some angst. 30-year touching 4.9 and quickly approaching 5%. Tariff headlines continue as Trump says August 1 tariff deadline won't be extended. Macro focus shifting as all eyes will be on the $5 billion 3-year treasury at 1 p.m. That was it was more of an upside move. Keeping an eye on XLI at 2-week all-time highs. Chart constructive as 100 day. HC long momentum. Worst day year to date. That might be worth looking at. GSHC at Momo index. Our floor is 6 to 1, a 6 on a 1 to 10 scale in terms of overall activity. Flow wise, we are slightly better for sale. Yeah, we are seeing low demand in Infotech and HC. LO is 10% better to buy. Buying macro expressions in Infotech, HC, and selling cons staples, consumer staples, industrials, and energy. Keep an eye on consumer staples, by the way. That's coming into season as well. Energy's coming into season as well. So selling seems reasonable for now. Hedge funds are 60 BPS better to buy. Buy as fins. Consumer staples, energy, and selling materials, and macro expressions. Yeah, this all looks like rotation. So yeah, it was 5 to 7 trillion, the debt ceiling. Or was it 4 to? I might have that wrong. It could be 4 to 5 trillion, or it's 5 to 7 trillion. I'll try to look at it. I read through the big beautiful bill. I didn't read the whole thing, but I did read a legit condensed version of it, and it was either 4 to 5 trillion or 5 to 7 trillion. I did try to do my due diligence on that and look closer at that bill. It's fucking pork. The whole fucking thing is pork. That's what it is. It's deficit. It means markets go higher. There's no literally. Like, we're watching a 1-minute chart here, but I'm going to tell you guys, I don't give a fuck where we go this fall. I don't care how far down we go. I don't give a fuck what they tell you. It's very much like the spring or late winter, early spring. Like, we're bloodbathing down, 20% down move. All that shit got erased, right? Like it was nobody's business. Same fucking situation right here. No matter what they tell you, between now and, like, let's say not now. How about this? In mid-July to the middle of fall, I don't give a fuck what they tell you. I don't give a fuck what reason they tell you that the market's going down. I don't care. If you look at that spending fucking bill, that fucking thing is like gasoline on a money printer press. Or maybe that's saying that wrong. Gasoline in the tank of a money printer press. It's like spend. That's what that fucking bill is. And not only the spend part, it's the spend part putting money in people's pockets to spend more money. It's like expanding our fucking like government spending, and it gives so much money to people to spend. It's just like, it's like gasoline. It's not quite money printer, but it kind of fucking is. It's not stealth QE, but it sure as shit. It's not stealth QE, but it sure as shit is some form of QE on spending money. It definitely isn't deficit reduction, and it definitely isn't lower debt ceiling, and it definitely fucking isn't any kind of, I don't know, responsibility. Sorry, just isn't. Put all politics aside, that shit is fucking party time. Now let the cocaine run. Dingle, dingle, dingle. Can I? Yeah, I'll send. Yeah, Nick, I'll post it for you. I actually have a audio copy of it too, if you want to listen to it. That's what I did. I listened to it. I'll send it. I'll post it in the Discord for you. I tried to find it the other day on Monday. I couldn't find it, but I'll look for it. It took me, I think it was an hour and 3 minutes, or excuse me, hour to 3 hours long, and they just go through step by step on the it's like a cliff notes of it. No politics, none of that stuff. Just trying to get like a read for what it actually entails. That was my biggest question. I had two or three questions. I had tax implications for my own personal life. I own a bunch of fucking companies, and I'm like, I gotta see what this means. And then I live in a state with massive fucking massive income taxes, state and city and county. Like we have one of the highest property taxes. Like you guys may or may not know this. Like, so I'm a Democrat, right? I don't mind paying for SNAP or for anything. Like, I don't like illegals in our country because they're slave labor. To be honest, I don't like the idea though that we don't have a way to gain entry for these people. Like, I want an easy fucking way for a migrant worker to come here and work and go home, pay taxes, all the other shit, be a productive member of society, all that kind of stuff, or stay. Either find a path to citizenship or go home, but make it easy, like easy. So I got problems with that. And then I don't like waste, but I know that it's not easy to reform and all that too. I don't think there's like fraud like Doge says there is. I don't think there's that mass fraud. And if there is mass fraud, it's probably those fucking guys. Probably everybody in fucking the Senate, everybody in the fucking House, everybody in the fucking executive. Literally, that's where the fraud is. I'm not joking. Them and all their fucking buddies and friends and their fucking relationships, and we go party together, and so I got a contract to fucking provide pencil nubs for ring dinglings for this government office or whatever. Probably where it all lies, most of it. But I benefit from the spending bill. Because of how much money I make, because of the business that I do. I own fucking goddamn 8 companies. So there's big tax implications. There's big things that I got to look at. So that's why I watched that or listened to that explanation of the big spending bill. Because I've got my own market things, and then my top line, of course, is how does it impact the market, and the second thing is what about my own personal life. So I'll post that for you tonight, so you can check it out. But whatever, I posted something on Twitter yesterday. I was like, this benefits Democrats. This bill, if you don't know that bill benefits Democrats way more than it benefits Republicans, believe it or not. Democrats are wealthier than Republicans, so I find it ironic. I find it ironic. That the way the world spins is usually the opposite of what you think, right? Well, yeah, I'm with you too, Captain Doodles. I know what they're trying to do. Indentured servitude, bro. I get it. I know what they're trying to do. I get it, bro. I'm with you, man. I don't think people are far off on a lot of this stuff. I think if you really looked at a lot of this stuff, people aren't far off and conceptually on this stuff. It's just how do we go about it and how do we do it? Or what? And my thing too is, it's my weird shit is like this. Donald Trump's probably willing to do some of this stuff. So he's put in that position. He's nominated to do that stuff. Because he will break shit and smash shit across the wall and piss everybody off and has no problem being that guy. And then you bring in someone to clean up the mess. And invariably, they don't change shit. This is the one thing you got to understand. If you look at just tariffs, in modern tariffs against China, and the trade war with China has been going on for years. Not a single fucking president has rolled back any of this. None of them, no matter what party they're in. None of them have rolled that shit back. There have been some adjustments, small adjustments, or some negotiations, small things. But in general, it's all the same shit. So, if Trump gets what he needs to get done to break shit because of how our system works, and then if he breaks it enough, you can bring in the next, the nice guy, and they keep the same shit. That's the thing that I'm looking forward to. if there's something that I'm looking forward to right now in the markets and the economy and in politics in general, like all of it wrapped up, I would fucking love to see this next presidential in particular election, or whenever the Democrats win again. I would fucking love to watch, because I don't think for a minute that anything that you see is rolled back. None of it. You might see a nicer way to do it now that it's being done. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's probably the worst thing for both sides. Whether you're Republican, Democrat, I don't think it matters. Like, you're sicked upon each other as plebs to murder each other, right? I hate you and you hate me and they hate you. And in fact, you're probably not as far away, maybe how you get it done, but then it all gets done anyways, whether you want it or not. Everybody brushes everything under the carpet, you know? Democrats were so bad, Republicans so bad. But if you look at the net total of all of it, none of it's all the fucking same. It literally is. Fundamentally, technically, they're all spending money. They're all fucking doing this stuff. You can literally track it all. You would think that the first thing that you'd think that the Democrats, like, you'd think Biden would come in and be like, we're getting rid of this, everything Trump did. He didn't fucking get rid of any of that stuff. Not a peep. Not a peep from the DNC either. So I am fascinated by this next election, if it's still done, but just done in their way, or whatever is palatable to your palate. There's more continuation of it. Or you're putting, like, some of the stuff, like I was looking at, or the rules that he's making, they don't go into effect until the presidential election. So, like, some of, like, some of the rhetoric, when you look deep, like this spending bill, if you look at the spending bill, right, I'll get to post the spending bill for you, because I'm like, ooh, this is like a Democratic talking point. And then I read the fine print and it goes, oh, it takes effect in, the majority of this takes effect in 2029. And I'm like, so this is appealing to my base, makes the base feel good. And then, you know, if you get someone that's a little bit more like Pepto-Bismol, or a little bit more, hey, I'm a little tired of Trump right now. Just give me Trump light, or give me, I don't know, whatever the fuck it is. But some kind of like light version of this. It's still the same shit. So fundamentally, I think a lot of people are closer than they think. And it's used for rhetoric to stir up your base and keep everybody fighting and angry at each other, like you and I, the plebs. I think a ton of it is. I really do. I don't trust any of them. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I don't fucking trust any of them. I don't trust any of them. I'm getting too fucking old. Like, I'm not an old man yet, but I'm starting to see like, even though I'm not a Luddite, I see where the Luddites come from. Like, I understand why they're like that. I understand why people, like, there's some, I don't want to say some of the stuff, but yeah, it's like I said yesterday with Europe. Europe's being told to increase their military spend by 5%, or to 5%, I should say. And you can look that up easy. I posted a link to that fact in the Discord yesterday, and I'm like, you know, you don't want to see that stuff. But you got to take it for what it is. Like, if your economy is shifting to a war economy, why? Why is that? If you dumped a war economy on, let's say Newsom won, and the whole world's becoming militarized, and a war breaks out with Taiwan and China, you know, like, what do you do as a Democrat? Are you now grateful to Trump to do that? or not, or it could have been averted. But we did get to that point, and then the war comes. I don't know if it happens in his presidency and Trump's presidency or not, but when you hear a duck quacking, walking, flapping its wings, and starting to look and walk and act and kind of look like a duck, you're like, oh shit. We're going to war. For real. Real. And we're probably not told a lot of that stuff publicly either. You can like get mad at the U.S. or whatever, or say, oh, the U.S. is doing this, or they're saying they're going to take us over or whatever. It probably has more to do with the danger of coming war. Or perceived coming war. That one got knocked out just then. That one's gone. Nope, not yet. Still there. Find out if these buyers are still there. They should be right here. They should step in like right about here. I don't know. I think I'm getting older. Like, I get really crass. I don't want to say this, but please don't not watch this show for me saying this. It's like I stayed away from the internet over the 4th. The whole week stayed away from the internet. And on Sunday, I go and I start checking the internet, reading articles, all that stuff. Like I'm on like the news sites and Google News, on FinTwit, I'm on Reddit and BlueSky and everything, right? And I'm seeing people say like, seeing Democrats, they're like, we're in tyranny. And I'm like, what do you mean tyranny? I think I may have said this morning. I was like, what do you mean we're in fucking tyranny? Like, nobody voted. I'm like, like literally nobody. Republicans didn't vote. Democrats didn't vote. Like nobody fucking voted. I'm like, you didn't even fucking vote. Like the chances of me speaking to somebody that actually didn't even vote or threw their vote away. Like, can you add both of those together? It's like a fucking majority. It's like the first time, you can look this up, Google it. It's the first time since, I think, Nixon, where both presidential candidates earned less than 50% of the vote. That's insane. That's fucking pure insanity. Their majority was less than 50% of the U.S. So when I'm like, I wonder if these people that are complaining right now, are they people that didn't vote? Did they vote somewhere else? Did they, what did they do? Like, tyranny is something where you don't have a vote. That's what tyranny is. Tyranny is when you're told what to do. You don't have a choice. You don't even have a say, even in an indirect democracy, which we have an indirect democracy or republic. You'll see like people argue about that stuff, but basically you're indirectly voting for what you want. And at least if you vote, you could say, oh, I lost, or I have a say in this because I voted. But this might be the most apathetic presidential election I've seen in some time, at least statistically. It's one of the most apathetic in a long time. And that's part of the purpose too, right? If you don't know this, especially in midterm elections for presidents, remember Biden only served one term, right? When you go into a midterm election, you can look this up, Google search it. When you go into a midterm election, neither party wants voting. They don't want even their own party voting unless they are staunch supporters of the party. So if you go into a midterm election for president, normally you'll see the lowest voter turnout as possible, and you'll only get your hardliners, your hey, I always vote straight ticket DNC, always vote straight ticket RNC, and that was very prevalent in this election. That you saw that like magnified. So in these midterms like this, I would have to say that sit down, grab yourself a plate. If you're a Democrat, grab yourself a plate, sit down. Here's some fucking pie for you. You're going to eat it. You can't complain about tyranny until you vote. Literally. You can't not fucking vote. And I don't want to hear any excuses like, well, I do my part on the internet or whatever. I'm like, if you ain't fucking voting, you ain't got, I don't want to hear it. Like, I literally don't want to hear it. Yeah, humble pie. Exactly. I don't want to, I mean, even some Republicans are like that. You know, it's not just Democrats. There's a corporate Republican. They're conservative. They're not MAGA. MAGA is like a populist movement. It's more. 100% is not conservative. It's a populist movement, and you even have some Republicans, conservatives, that are like, "Oh, I don't like Trump." Did you vote for him? Nope. Those people sat out too. They just became apathetic, right? So apathy everywhere. So when those people like are the loudest fucking voice in the room, I'm just like, I had nothing for you. Like, like if you're gonna call tyranny, then I'm like, well, you know, it'd be one thing if you fucking actually voted and they said your vote doesn't count. No, there's like claims of there's claims out there of election being rigged. You know, and the MAGA made that same claim. The last election was rigged. This election's rigged. And I do think we can do a better job of how we conduct our elections. But that's kind of like being. If you've ever played sports, sports is a great way to describe that. You can like sit there and, you know, like you miss a shot or something and you can pound fucking sand. The game continues. And you have to continue to compete. But if you sit there and just pound sand all day long, you look like a fucking left foot. There's no point in what you're doing. You have to fucking vote. You have to probably shouldn't be talking about this stuff, but I'll give you a better fucking point. If you're a Democrat watching this show, let me ask you a question. Does the Democratic Party have a platform to win the midterms? I want you to think in your brain right now. Do you know every seat in this country that can be flipped? Do you know the candidates that are running? And are they part of the DNC or are they some kind of reform populist DNC? I'm going to give you the answer. No. No, you don't know what seats can be flipped. No, you don't know what who those candidates are. No, you haven't been asked as a Democrat anywhere in the country to go and support that movement. Anywhere. And that shows you that DNC is complicit. And not only that, you've got a setup for a corporate Democrat to run. You've got Newsom. Is like, he was like a laughing stock for a long time. So, you know what I mean? Think about that as a voter. Like, what has your party done for you? Not a fucking thing. Not a fucking thing. Not a fucking thing. Right? Yeah, I'm with you guys on that. Not a fucking thing. Ask a Democrat. I could rip on Democrats all day long. Like, ask them. Go find your friendly Democrat and be like, "Oh, really? It's tyranny. What seats could be flipped? Tell me one seat. If they're not from that state, like, show me one seat. Not from your state that you know about or you've been grassrooted to support. There's none. Not a fucking thing. It's a fucking. I'm getting old. I'm just like, if the DNC really wanted to do this, they could do it, right? Do you know how they could do it? I talk with my MAGA friends about this. Because I'm like, the DNC could just say, you know what? Trump might have a point, but how he's doing it is wrong. We'll do it better than Trump. We will actually release the Epstein files. We'll actually find the fraud, right? You run on that, and you have a chance. You literally do have a chance. We can do it better than them. That's it. Oh, and by the way, these are the candidates. Start sending your money here right now for the midterms to tie his ass up. They don't do any of that shit. There's none of that going on in the DNC right now. And then you get keyboard warriors. They're like, I got a problem with that. Like you didn't get a problem with shit. You're just wasting your ass on fucking Reddit and BlueSky and Twitter. Just like complaining. Why don't you run for office? Oh, I can't do that. I haven't left Reddit in 7 years. I've been on here for 7 straight years every day, posting my memes about how bad everything is. Yeah, they don't care. I'm with you on that, ES. 100%. You can look at the numbers. Check out Wolf Richter. I've said this before. He shows the factory builds. That shit started in like 2020, 2021. Machinery building. It's been going on for the past like 1 to 3 years. This is pre-election. So a lot of this stuff's been in the, and then if you look at the presidents with their tariffs, they've been doing this one after another. This war with China has been going on for years. It knows no bound of political party. It likely is banks, right? Financiers and CEOs. They're like, hey, sooner than later, bro, we're going to have robotics and AI. We really are. And China's really getting off, China's starting to scare the shit out of us. And we got to slowly do this over time with our partners to break free of this, right? This hegemony thing. And likely everybody's complicit in it. Behind closed doors, everyone's complicit. Everyone has power and money at risk. I don't mean you and I mean the real elite. The people that run the world. Who runs the world? Banks, right? Wells Fargo, JPM, GS, Rothschilds, Swiss banks, right? European leaders. So I think it's just like whatever flavor of ice cream is good for my palate, make me feel good, make me get angry. I hate you, you hate me, and keep everybody hating each other while they get what they need to get done. Was I green there for a minute? Yeah, I'm green. Okay. Man. Coming in close now, almost 4 p.m. If we're going to get any volatility, tomorrow is the day. The next day of volatility should be Friday. So we'll see if we can get some nice price movement tomorrow. Usually you hear about turnaround Tuesday. That's all tied into that. The turnaround Tuesday has to do oftentimes with at Wednesday expiries. We'll have another expiry on Friday. We'll see where we can move from there. We seem like we're range bound. We're in the middle of the summer doldrum trade. If you don't know what the summer trade is, you get in the beginning of it, you get a lot of bulls calling for a breakout. They should be the loudest voice in the room. And then you should see the bears come in about mid-month. They'll start rolling out their case next week, the big bear case, why the market should crash. And they'll start to get louder and louder and louder as we move through the rest of summer. Then we have, of course, the focus being on earnings season in the next week. They'll make everybody walk the plank. Everybody takes their money and goes home. Let the bears win. Bears get their chance to shine. And it just matters if you believe them or not. And I would not believe them. Not for what's happening. I don't see anything here I don't see anything at this point that says like recession today. I see recession. I just don't see it today. I don't see it in Q3. Pricing in a recession trade just yet. I do think we start considering pricing in a recession trade though. Probably by springtime. We start that recession trade, I would think. But we'll see. Leave that over there. Still haven't hit that target down below here. We'll see if they can get it right into the bell here. Try to push this down. Get more bag holders in the bottom. You might be wondering what I mean by that too. I shouldn't have said that, but These aren't bag holders now; they're bag holders down the road here. Once we get into mid-month. We can tag that low there. Molasses, baby. We haven't moved all day long, have we? I don't think so. We can get one more down move here. Yeah, they're still buying this. See this? All these big green squeezy bars. Demand. Kind of weird looking E. Buy it all, buy it all, buy it all, buy everything, buy all this, buy it all. That one up there. Couldn't even get down to that last one. Couldn't even get down to 619.77. They're even higher. Here is this one right here is higher. About this one at 1 o'clock. They're even higher now. They're at 620.04 now. There is one note here, just a note to you that the half-hour trigger is once again underneath the hourly trigger. Take note of that on SPY. It's not below on SPX. ES. Check ES here. Intraday is weak right now. What's going on here? Tight here. Let's check ES. Yeah, ES is firmly bearish here. Or not firmly. It's kind of bearish. I mean, it looks bearish to me. There, ES is still has a half an hour cross on it. Negative cross, bearish cross. It is putting in higher lows though. Here's ES. It is putting in higher lows down here on hourly velo. Hourly velo looks great on ES, even though it's underneath a cross of the half hour and hourly trigger. No negative volatility we're looking for again today. We got one more day, hopefully, of more doom. Just a note that if we do get some doom, tomorrow is tariff deadline day. Even though Trump has tried to remove some of that realized volatility, we still have some unrealized volatility with that. tomorrow. If you wake up tomorrow and you get some doomish shit, don't do the shocked Pikachu. But I don't expect it to remain relevant, like market shift, markets directionally market shifting, unless there's something we don't know. Just be cautious overnight. If you hear anything like doomish, you kind of like, oh yeah, we're gonna, I don't know, we're gonna triple tariffs on EU or something, kind of nonsense like that. We got a response from country XYZ. Let's go back over here really quick. Can't really see much here. Just the notes here. Stocks, some need to know stuff into the close here. Stocks recovered as hopes that Trump is still open to trade talks outweighed his comments that the U.S. will not offer extensions to the August deadline for reciprocal tariffs to take effect. Originally, we had a deal of the tariffs taking effect tomorrow. Treasuries joined a global decline in long-dated bonds. The dollar rose. Trump imposing a 50% tariff on copper today. Copper strengthened on that news. Trump, we're probably 2 days off from sending the EU letter. A letter is a deal. 2 days off on sending the EU a letter. Amazon Prime spending down 14% in 14 hours, in early hours from 2024. Trump tariffs will start being paid on August 1st. There have been no change to this date, and there will be no change. That's from Truth Social. Just a note here that the only thing that I'm seeing here that I don't like is the Trump saying we're 2 days off from sending the EU letter. That's not August 1st. So you could get some volatility tomorrow. If you get any kind of vol, it could happen tomorrow, I guess. If we get it, try to buy the dip with me if you want. If not, if we don't get that volatility tomorrow, if there's no volatility left, you know where we go, right? Up. Without any of that volatility. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I'll keep working on this brief. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm trying to get back to working on it again. Piece it all together for you. It should piece out like the next month or so of trade, unless we trade outside of range or whatever. I'll be back with you guys shortly. I'll see you tomorrow. Sorry for such another boring day, trying to keep you guys entertained.